They said it's
Nope. Federal judge knocked that down today.
Today.
No-
Really?
No can do.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to find it and email it to my manager.
It's breaking news everywhere right now.
Really?
Would they try extending it?
Well,
No,
they
it was
extended
for the-
it until the 3rd of May.
For
And
the
then
15 day.
a judge took it out.
You
Wow.
have exceeded your authority.
That's a delay.
Took them so
Was
long.
that everywhere, like planes,
Across the
everything?
country.
It was a federal.
Good.
Yeah.
It was about the.
Except TriMet is deciding to continue with their mask mandate.
Oh, probably.
Individually or?
Yeah.
Not YouTube.
You still can't, like, I was over.
Yeah, no, you can't say.
Oh, here we go. Still required.
McDonald's, all of them, they're all still closed. Like, you gotta wait in the drive-through.
Wow.
Really?
So everyone's waiting in drive-throughs to walk in and order.
Yeah.
Does he say what?
I think
Oh, it's a mess.
I think that's a- There's a whole bunch of them sitting outside. Just paying to come in and work.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All that does is, you know, all that's gonna do is make-
Probably can't pass the drug
I'm pretty sure. Depends which one you're testing for. Ibuprofen? Yep, you're good. Not in the system.
You probably got
That's why I'm glad
We're all doing that.
Running already?
We're all doing
It's
it. I was doing it earlier.
Yeah, can even go into a jacket pocket.
No, the later, okay, I'm kind of fresh on Mondays usually. Yeah. The later you get-
10 years, you know.
Did you?
The later you get, the week though, I'm just like, oh God. Yeah. Yeah, you get the whole, the weekend. It's one of the funniest. Never mind.
Smooth off yet?
Funny. Working in like. When you want a simple thing fixed, you have to go to like all these different levels of people.
Yeah.
It's like, that's what it's like working in the federal government. You can't get a printer to work to save your life.
It's just going to-
Uh-huh.
Well, look at that, it's 6 o'clock on the 18th of April. Let's get started. Ms. Erdman, starting with you.
All right, thank you, Mayor Johnson. Tonight's study session, we're going to talk about Transportation Benefit District and the different options that we have, or that you guys have as a council to enact. There has been some changes in the RCW with this latest legislative session that Ms. Lowry sent out earlier in the week. So we'll go through those and then highlight kind of what options we have and what those look like. So I'll turn it over to Ms. Lowry. Get started.
Good evening, council. So before we get into our options, I kind of wanted to go back through a brief history on the Transportation Benefit District. It was formed back in 2014 and we started collecting the tab fee at the beginning of 2015. Then I-976 was passed by the voters in November of 2019, which was then later repealed in October of 2020 by the state Supreme Court. City Council voted to remove the $20 tab fee, so we took that to zero in June of 2020 with an effective date of August 1st, 2020. So the Transportation Benefit District in and of itself is still in existence, so there's no needed reformation of that to do the options we talk about tonight. So previously with the tab fee, we collected about $290,000 a year. So thinking about options for the Transportation Benefit District, we need to know what are our needs? What exactly are the preservation needs and why are we even talking about it? So I'm going to hand it over to Mark and he's going to go through our pavement condition index and the different options for our needs.
So at our last rating, which was done in 2020, our current PCI was 72 out of 100. And so when we do that, we look at 4 different scenarios. The first is the unconstrained, where you essentially take care of everything. What that determined is we need a little over 23 million to complete all the work in 5 years. The next was current investment level. So at that time, we were doing about 750,000. What that determined is that our score would actually come down 3 points to a 69 based on that funding level. The third scenario was maintain current PCI, so which is keep it at the 72. In order to do that, we would have to spend about 1.1 million per year over the 5 years. And then the last scenario was increasing our PCI by 5 points, so essentially to a 77. The model determined that that would take about 1.8 million per year for the 5 years, so a total of 9 million. So yeah, those were essentially the 4 scenarios that were analyzed.
The larger number is good, the lower.
Yes, so it's just like in school, 100's good, 0's bad.
Oh, okay.
Yep.
I guess you could say our streets are at a C,
A low C.
low C, almost a C minus. And as they go up, that's a different way to think about it instead of thinking about it in numbers. So why is this important when we're talking about our street fund? Our street fund is paid for with sales tax and property tax. So it comes from the general fund, the majority of. We do collect the motor vehicle excise tax. However, with the vehicles that are no longer using fuel, we see that declining over time. And it has been declining over time, slowly going away, much like the telephone utility tax. So when we're looking at what we've been able to put forward for street preservation, we funded $1.1 million worth of contracted work, which took our fund balance out of our current fund balance of our TBD fund, as well as the general fund transfer. That's not sustainable to the general fund because we're only able to allocate so much each year. And so over time, we're slowly unable to keep at that same level. So the $1.1 million is not attainable without cutting other services in the general fund. So looking at a long-term solution, we look at our different options, which there's ultimately 5 different options. There's the $20 tab fee, which we previously had. And then there's the additional $40 tab fee. You can't do the $40 until you've had the $20 for 24 months. And then you're actually able to go up to $50, which isn't even on here because it's another 24 months from that $40 tab fee. Those are all councilmatic approval. But then with the new legislation, they actually opened this up to allow council to approve a 0.1% sales tax for transportation benefit districts, and it's only for a one-time 10-year period. So for example, if we had already gone out to the voters and say we had a 0.2% sales tax, we would able, or you folks would be able to approve a 0.1% to get up to the 0.3%. Again, this is only a one-time 10-year period. You're able to do it councilmatically, and at that point, you'd have to go back out to the voters for voter approval. And then you can always go out to the voters and get them to approve it up to 0.3%. And it is a simple majority needed. There's no supermajority or any of the special voting circumstances as with other measures. It's just 50+1.
Does the
So-
0.3% also only last for the 10 years or?
Correct. So the 0.3%, all of the sales tax periods are a 10-year period. So at any point in time, so let's take the council piece out of it. You go out to the voters now, we have them do a 10-year period. At the end of that 10-year period, you have to go back out and get another approval. And what this legislation also did is it took out, it used to only be able to do 2 10-year periods. Now you're able to do multiple, at least under the current legislation. So you could do 3 or 4. Obviously, that's a long time into the future. Who knows what legislation is going to do, but they took that 2-year, 20-year cap essentially off. So the only 10-year piece that we'd be worried about for councilmatic approval is just that one 10-year period, and then it's up to the voters.
So at one point in time, you could extend it past 10 years if you're using it as a revenue source for bonding, is that correct?
Correct. If you're going to issue bonds and use this as paying your debt service, then you're able to do it for the length of that bond. So that still does exist, yes.
So even with this 0.1, I don't know, I'm sure you're gonna get to whatever that generates, but if the dollar figure is 22 million and that generates half of that, 11 million, you could bond out 22 million and this would effectively stay in effect for 20 years.
That's a good question that we'd have to run by legal, because I didn't realize when I read the RCW, and I don't know if you guys got a chance to read it either, but that 1 10-year period wasn't very clear. That was something that AWC came back and they told me that it was for the 1 10-year period. So as far as the bonded piece, I don't know if that's only for the voted sales tax or if that would include this councilmatic, but I can definitely ask that question and find out.
But on to council members Walter's point, if it was voted in, we could then bond it and it would last longer than 10. We're just not sure about this 1%.
Correct.
I have a question for you.
Yes.
So would it be possible if we did decide to do the sales tax for the 10-year period, if we would be able to like cut another tax like we did for the annexation? Like cut the utility tax, since we're going to be spreading this among everyone that comes into the city and spends money?
That is always an option for council to do that. So if we look, we'd have to look at our overall forecast to look to see what that would do. Obviously, anytime that you cut any sort of revenue source, then that has a ripple effect. But if there was a cut to utility tax, if we did this, then we'd be able to offset that, if that makes sense. So we'd have to do some number crunching to figure out how much that would be, but you're always able to do those sorts of things when we're
Yes.
looking at taxes and revenue sources.
Seems like we'd be taxing the residents twice, that, making them, I don't know, it just seems like if we could, it'd be awesome to be able to do that. Thank you.
And then the last option is you're able to do a combination of tab fee and sales tax. So say you do sales tax, that's not enough, you're able to reinstitute the tab fee. So this was a slogan can that was created prior to my time: share the road, share the load. Ultimately, Battleground serves a greater retail area than just our 21,000 residents. We estimate we have 82,600 folks that we serve here as being the retail hub of North County. So sales tax would enable the majority of drivers coming into the city to actually share the cost of maintaining these roadways that we, as the 21,000 residents, are struggling to maintain and finding funding to maintain. So sales tax, just some more brief information about it. It is administered by the Department of Revenue. They do not collect any sort of admin fee from this like they did with the tab fee, because it is just a sales tax. It'd be much like the sales tax we get now. We just get it monthly with the 2-month lag. It cannot be imposed for a period exceeding 10 years unless reauthorized by the voters. And this piece is a little tricky. So the new sales tax cannot be collected until the Department of Revenue receives 75 days notice prior to the first day of the new quarter. So just depending upon that, where that lies during the year. So if we did go out for election and we did that in November, the tax would be April 1st, 2023, just as an example. So this slide just gives you some ballot success across Washington. This has actually been one of those measures that's been very successful. 25 total jurisdictions have been put out for a sales tax vote since 2018. Of those, only 4 have failed. And our good friends over in Ridgefield actually just had this pass at the 0.2%. So here's the revenue projection. So if we're looking at the different options, you can see what the $20 tab fee estimated to bring in $290,000, the $40 tab fee, $580,000, the 0.1%, $734,000, 0.2%, $1.5 million, and then sales tax at 0.3% is $2.2 million. And then obviously, as the years go by, that will increase depending upon growth as well as inflation.
So if we go to the voters for the, say we did the 0.2% and realized that we weren't bringing in as much as we thought, would we then have to go back and ask for the 0.3%?
Okay, so that's a great question. So if you did the 0.2% as a vote and you hadn't taken the 0.1% as council, then if that came in and it wasn't enough, you'd be able to implement the 0.1% councilmatically. Now, as far as how those 10-year periods, how they overlap, I'm not exactly sure if that then it's new 10-year period, or if it's tied. I'd have to ask an attorney how they interpret that as far as that overlapping goes. But yes, you'd be able to then either go back out to the voters or councilmatically do the 0.1%.
Okay.
We're early in the 10-year period since there's one already approved.
We have not had one.
There's
So I thought this-
We have a TBD. We don't have anything.
we're not
We're
collecting
not collecting
anything.
anything
I
right
know,
now.
yeah, right. We were though, we were to the $20 taps.
Yeah, we're
Right.
doing 20s.
And that didn't have any sort of 10-year period. The 10-year period is strictly for the sales tax, not for the TAD fee.
So this would be years.
Yep. When you guys, if you decide to do this, whether that be councilmatically or via vote, that would be the beginning of the 10-year, the first 10-year period. And like I said, as far as that overlapping, if changes are needed, not a legal beagle, so we'd have to find that out, but. And then this just gives you the submittal deadlines. If we were to do a November election, we would have to have a resolution by council by August 2nd in order to go out for the November election. If this was a decision council to move forward with this, we'd suggest the November election simply because it's cheaper for the city to do it on the general election because there's more folks on the ballot. So it's a lesser cost than doing the special elections. Other than that, we're open up for discussions and questions.
Okay, I just have control of the camera. I don't have, can't see anything else. Even though I can. There we go. Looky there. Don't put Philip in charge of that.
Yeah, I don't remember voting on that.
Yeah.
So can I go back then? I'm sorry, what did he say?
He said, I don't remember.
Sweetheart. Mr. Bowman, sir, it's your turn.
Thank you. So what is our total right now that we're putting into the roads from the Fire District 3 annexation vote? It's roughly 800,000, 900,000, correct?
That is very close to correct. So the total strictly for pavement preservation, we have 1.2 million. So of that, 300,000 is coming from TBD. So it's about 900,000 from the annexation.
So 900,000 plus another 750 roughly would be if we took the 1% or 0.1%. Yeah. So the question I have then is for Mark. Mark, when we had the original $20 car tab fee, it was generating roughly 280,000 a year.
Something like that, yeah.
And there were some years that we couldn't get work done with just a 280. And I understand from a standpoint of, I think all of us understand, we all drive on these roads. We all see what's going on these roads. But where can we get 1.8 million or it wouldn't be 1.8, it'd be $1.6 million. Can we get $1.6 million worth of projects done in a year if they're not big projects like a complete rebuild that's a $3 million project? You know, can we do the preservation that's needed to do the 1.6, or will it be similar to, I know last time it was, well, we don't have the staffing, we need more staffing. And so we're paying for more staffing, and that 1.6 turns into really $900,000 that we're doing for roads because we added a bunch more staffing because we didn't have the staff to get that done.
Yeah, so from the engineering side, depending on project load, it's kind of right on the fence. The biggest issues will be the seasonals because we can only get so much done with crack sealing and that sort of thing. So my guess is we'll probably need another crew, and that's typically 4 people. And then there's usually an FTE that watches them. So that would be where the issue lies with doing it. The mill and fill, those sorts of things that don't require the crack seal, those are piece of cake. I think last year's program was 800 or 900, and we're going to do 1.1 million this year. And not having any issues. But yeah, as you get bigger and you start to get into the slurry seals where you have the crack seal that's necessary the year before, that's where it would be tough with the existing. Now, most of that will be seasonal, so it's not a huge expense, but that is something that would have to be considered.
Because that's my biggest concern is, you know, and you were here when we were doing this before, and it was always something that was frustrating, is like, we're telling people we need your money, we're taking your money, but we're not getting the projects done. And from a big project standpoint, I get it 100%. Like, we can get those, you know, it looks good. We spent $3 million. We just rebuilt, you know, 250 feet of road, right? But when it's the little stuff that takes longer, right? That, you know, we can knock off some projects real quick, but then when we get to the small stuff, you know, are we coming back and going, man, this is just too much. We just can't get it done. And, you know, that's my only concern is, and I don't know where we're at. Maybe you can tell me, just with what we've put in right now, are we being able to keep up with the money that we're putting in there per year right now?
Yeah, so at the 1.1 million this year, we're able to keep up with it.
Okay.
As you get much more than that, again, it's going to be the seasonal issue, because we just won't be able to crack seal enough to meet the beautification plus the crack. There's just not enough people to do it.
Okay. And then the last thing for me, at least, is I think for council, you know, one of the things is, I'm sure each one of you as an elected has heard is about our roads. And one of the things that's always amazing to me is, you know, we have two political sides in our country, always battling with each other, you know, and I think Mr. Mayor said it the best when we talked about this a long time ago. These are our roads. We're using them. Why should his brother in Tennessee pay for them? You know, and I agree with that. You know, if I have an issue at my house and I need to replace the roof, I replace the roof. And I don't expect that roof to last forever. And these roads aren't going to last forever, but it seems like, you know, once we put that road in, that the opinion is these things should last for 50 years and you should never have to touch them, right? And they're really expensive, and trying to figure this out. And we've thrown some money at it, and I think we're doing a better job by far than we were 6-7 years ago. So I don't know where we go with this myself. I would love to see where the rest of council is, but I do know, you know, I'm starting to see more and more of it, especially after winter. You start to really see these problems that we're having, and if we can't maintain them, then they end up getting really expensive for us. So thank you.
Yes, sir. Mr. Cortez, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Yes, sir.
I think where I stand as far as on the TBD, I think there's definitely a need there. As our population grows and our roads get traveled more and more, the wear and tear is just significantly more. I mean, I'm out and about when our roads are getting, you know, big chunks of them are falling out just because of, you know, the cold, you know, freezes, thaws, and all the traffic. And definitely our general fund is not a sustainable source to maintain our roads. I think moving forward on this transportation benefit district, I would be in favor of, number one, going out to the voters. That'd be my preference. And number two, probably a 0.2% sales tax. I would not be in favor of going out to the voters right now, anytime this year. Inflation is just through the roof right now. And I don't think we would find favorable results. And conversely, I think one of the things that was performed spectacularly last time we went to do the annexation, and this is under your leadership, Aaron, was that we had a significant amount of time to really sell that proposal to the voters. I think what was it, like 6 or 8 months? I mean, how many months was it? It was a significant, yeah, it was like the bulk of the year that we took to sell it to the voters. And I think that's what we're going to need to do again this time around. I'm fine on going out in a November ballot, but definitely not in favor of going in this November. It's just not the right time. But I think this year would be great to kind of start to put a framework in place. So once 2023 rolls around, we start, moving forward on messaging, on making our case to the voters, having different timelines, even perhaps utilizing the same outfit that we used when we did the annexation, that consulting outfit. I'm not sure if she's still in business or not, but that's pretty much where I stand. So thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Yes, sir. Ms. Walters.
I just have a question and then probably a comment after I get an answer to this one. So as far as the street preservation, is that as far as we can use the TBD funds, or can we do new projects with any of the money that comes in?
I believe it's anything that's in our transportation plan would be covered. So you could use it for matching of grants. And so I'm pretty sure Vancouver does that quite a bit, is they match their grants with it.
Yeah, you can construct, reconstruct, preserve, maintain, and operate.
Signal upgrades, things like that.
So if we were to go out to the voters and ask for the maximum amount, the 3.3%, would we then have enough to possibly do the sidewalks on 20th Avenue? I know this is big. It's a big ask, but
I mean, you absolutely can use it for those.
sure.
I think there's other ways to get there faster, like the
Uh-huh.
grant that's coming up. I think we'll score well on that. We have, there's just other funds that I think that would do that faster. But yes, that would be a use of it. Any of our ADA transition stuff, street related, that we could use. So there's definitely other uses.
Or
of
even
it.
like some matching if
Yeah,
needed.
matching for grants. is a
Would we
good one.
need to take the entire amount then to match then and be able to do all the street preservation projects?
So based on our last, we had about 24 million, I believe, in deferred maintenance. So, you could take a percentage, and again, I think that's what Vancouver does, where they take a certain amount of it, put it towards maintenance, and then a certain amount of it's for matching capital projects or just to do capital projects. So depending on how fast you want to knock off that deferred maintenance number, you could set that as your threshold for how much is maintenance and how much goes to capital.
Okay. My thought on this is, I don't like the idea of a vehicle tab fee. I think the voters are pretty clear about the fact that they don't want a tab fee, or at least the tab fees that we currently have. However, I do like the idea of sharing the responsibility between everyone, outside of our area that uses our roads and puts wear and tear on it. And really it's not a super large amount that we're asking for. I do have concerns about the inflation rate right now. I do have concerns about asking for it now. And so if we were to go down this road, and if it was something that we really needed to do so that we weren't tapping into our general fund, I would be in favor of either the 0.1 or the 0.2 at this point.
One interjection is that I somehow skipped this slide. I'm not sure how I skipped this slide, but you brought up a good point of what it costs for the tab fee versus, or what it costs for the sales tax versus the tab fee. So at 0.1% sales tax, for every $100 taxable, 10 cents would go to the TBD. So you'd have to spend $20,000 on taxable goods, which groceries are not taxable, in the city of Battle Ground limits in order to get to that $20. If you had a 2-car household, that would be $40,000 worth of taxable goods within the city. And then so on and so forth down the list. At 0.2%, it would be $10,000 to get to the 20. At 0.3%, it would be $6,667 on taxable goods within the city to get to the 20. Just to give some perspective.
Is gas considered a taxable good? No. So food and gas are no.
Correct.
Okay.
It's a different tax. The taxes on gas is actually paid when the gas comes into the state and then they distribute it based on a per capita rate that the state sets out. So it's not considered part of this.
Okay.
Lawn furniture. Yes, sir.
So just real quick for Ms. Davis and Ms. Walters, who weren't here when we did this before, the beauty of the TBD that was a positive, and well, and Mr. McCoy, that was a positive for us on council, is council controls what projects we do. And so the city brings forward projects, and then we get to, we pick what those projects are. And one of the things that was a lot easier, I don't know that it's easier to sell, but is that, you know, we can show that this is going all towards infrastructure, roads, those type of things, where it's not, you know, usually people will say, well, if you give the government $1 million, half of it's going to staffing or some other thing, and we're only getting, you know, $500,000 out of it. The only thing that I see as a challenge, going with what Mr. Cortez said, going forward, is these are two completely different things that were taken to the voters. Because when we took the annexation to the voters, we said we need this so that we can have some road improvements, we can invest in public safety, those type of things. The one thing that I think we need to be clear on, if we do this and we move forward and we go to a vote with the people, is when people vote, they think, oh, they're going to fix my roads then. And that road may be on year 11 of the 10-year program, right? And so then you got people upset that, hey, we voted this in and you didn't fix my road. And so I think the communication aspect of that is maybe having some type of a list together of these are the projects that we would be able to do over the next 10 years, over the life of that, and what it looks like. And this is kind of, and that would be buy-in from the council too, of what that looks like, because that's our job, is to say these are the projects we want, and then take that out so that people aren't thinking, you know, the mayor who lives in a cul-de-sac with what, 6 houses on it, 7 houses on it, isn't thinking we're redoing the whole cul-de-sac when Onsdorf or Eaton needs to be completely rebuilt. So I think the messaging is going to be real important there if we do that, and what that looks like. Thank you.
Anyone else?
I have one thing I was gonna add.
And I do as
So I had asked Mark that if we did get the 0.3 and we were able to eat down that deferred maintenance, at that point, what would be our annual maintenance costs? Because the 0.1% is obviously maintaining the roads up until that point and catching up on that deferred maintenance. What would that be? And he said it actually would likely go up due to the fact that now our roads are at a higher condition. And so it'd be likely around the same dollar amount. So that $1.1 million to keep our roads at the same level they are and to continue that maintenance is going to continue, if not grow. So.
Yeah, it's essentially not a one-time fix. You'll do the one-time fix to catch up, but you still need to maintain them every year, you know, thousands of years from now, we'll still be maintaining them. So you want to keep that stream. And then we add every year, you know, 2 or 3 miles of additional road with development. So it will, you know, we'll still need some every year, even after we get through the bulk of the hard part.
I thought we were going to be flying in thousands of years.
We'll see.
They still use the Appian Way in Rome, built 2000 plus. Striping. If you were to just in the top of your head, so that every road had fresh paint or fresh, what's it called?
Thermo.
What would that be?
So the paint, we do the paint every year now, and it's about 20 to 25. It's cheaper when the county can do it for us, but with the private we did last year, I think it came in at like 24. When we do the thermo, for example, like when we do Main Street, just to do the stretch from 503 to Parkway, that's probably going to be 20 grand in itself. So thermo's super expensive. Now it lasts a long time and you don't have to mess with it, but it's a large upfront cost. that to do the whole city in thermo, that would be a massive number.
To do it in paint roughly,
It's the 20 to 25,
to do the whole city?
do the whole
In
city.
paint.
Yep.
And then sidewalks, crosswalks, excuse me, not sidewalks, crosswalks.
Crosswalks, probably,
Are they in thermo or are they painted? as
we
well?
always do the crosswalks in thermo. So any of the symbols essentially. So your crosswalks, your turn arrows, your bike symbol and the bike lanes, all of that we try to do in thermo, and they vary. I mean, I think you could do a crosswalk for less than $1,000 for each crosswalk, and an arrow is probably a couple $100.
So it would be then about 100 grand probably or more. Probably more,
I would think probably more.
probably more.
When you think about it, there's probably quite a few
Well, yeah,
more that,
there's-
yeah,
I'm just
all the main
kinda-
roads.
I'm just
And,
kind of thinking what I cross
Yeah.
as I walk, so yeah.
and it makes sense to do them as you do the projects, because you don't want to throw it in and then a year come, and mill and fill the road and destroy it. So as you're doing it, it makes sense to kind of break them up and do them with the projects
Potholes, where are we currently?
in terms of,
Not growing them, because we're doing pretty good at that, at repairing them.
so we're looking at about 100 grand, give or take this year, in various places. Ops, fills them sort of temporarily type. And then we've got a program that does more permanent repair. And so we'll spend about 100 grand, give or take this year.
Is that part of the preservation money?
Yes.
We own a crack seal machine. We bought it from Tualatin some years ago, 6, 7 years ago, whenever it was. If we bought another, if we chose quadrants of the city and just, we're starting on Northwest 25th Avenue, Street as an example, just to use an example, and just walk down. Stay in the same quadrant. That way the setup charges and all that are less. If we bought another machine, could we crew it? And could we do that?
You would need the additional seasonals to do that, or take from the beautification crew, which I would assume we don't want to do.
So that
So
would be another five.
I would say
Four
four
and the
seasonals
supervisor.
and one FTE.
Or
Yeah.
a supervisor.
Yeah.
If we did that, crack seal is probably the most reasonable lengthener. If we were to crack seal again, whatever, Northwest 25th Street, what would that get us in longevity?
So the crack seal probably lasts about, if done correctly, it lasts about 5 years. And typically what you want to do is the year before, like a slurry seal. And so you're getting the big cracks, getting them all sealed up. And then the slurry takes care of like all the micro that you can't really see. And then once you do that, you're probably good for about 10 years.
And the cost on that of let's just say 100 feet, just to make it easy, 100 feet of crack sealing.
I think the last time I checked, it's like $1 a foot. So to get 100 feet, you're only spending $100.
Exclusive of the labor? Or is that?
I actually think that includes
that's
the
inclusive of
labor.
the labor?
That's a few years old. So my guess is you're more in the $1.25, but yeah.
Okay, and then, so if we went out and did that, bought another machine, could you see that happening, let's say next year? We're not buying a new machine. We're buying, just like we've done before, gently used, even though it's paving equipment.
My only hesitation is we're having the same issue that we had last year where we tried to get temps on, like temps should already be working. Our first ones aren't starting until May. And of the 18 we're looking for, I've only done 4 the PAF forms to get them on board. So, and I believe we have maybe 3 or that are close. Yeah.
Can you not contract that out?
Yeah, getting labor is impossible at this point. So unless that
Actually,
Can you not contract that out?
you can, it gets more expensive. We can do it a lot cheaper, but yes, you can absolutely contract it
Because
out.
if you go out and buy a machine, wouldn't you be better, to catch up, long-term, you're probably only gonna need one. So if you contracted out to catch up, then you would,
Oh,
You're
without
steady.
buying the machine, you're saying? Just contract the whole
well, half
system?
to
half of it.
half of it to catch up, right? Because you're behind now. You're not gonna need two probably once you catch
5
up.
years from now.
So why?
Yeah, it's going to be more expensive per foot, but agreed, if you don't ultimately need it long-term, then it might be the better way to go, even if it's more expensive upfront.
Well, I can understand the not being able to, as someone who spent my 15th, 16th, and 17th years in the summer in North Carolina on the back of an asphalt machine, it is not one anyone wants to be. It sure wants to make you stay in school and go to college, do some other stuff. But so do we need to add $2 to the rate? Do we need to dangle dollars to get?
Yeah.
What are we paying?
We're at 1750.
What do we pay someone for the parks to work with the kids over the summer? So they're still behind us on that. So if we dangled another dollar out there, 18 and a half. The reason I ask is we're not getting any better. And if we're sitting on the money, then what good are we doing if we don't?
What we did last year is we tried it at the normal rate, and then, as time goes by, because we had a specific budget, we didn't hire this many people, so we could afford to increase that rate. So we tried increasing it throughout the summer. It didn't really do us much, but we did start hiring this year just out of the gate to see if we could get some more people. We're definitely appreciating that, but also everyone is having the same problem, all the different jurisdictions. So everyone's kind of playing this game.
Of dangling the dollars.
Yeah. Yeah, I met with a bunch of public works directors last Thursday across the state, and they all said the same thing. They could not get seasonals.
I get it. Okay.
I just have a question. Is it possible to hire people like large corrections crews or anything to do this kind of stuff?
So we signed the contract with Larch last year. There are certain things they can do and certain things they can't. I don't believe they can do crack seal. They can do litter and beautification type stuff. They're running into very similar issues with COVID continually shutting them down. The state, I think, has closed some of the units up on Larch, so there's not as many to go around. I believe Ridgefield was using them almost exclusively to do like stormwater pond maintenance. They're going to have to cut back now because Larch is trying to, because there's fewer people, kind of spread the wealth. So they're not going to be able to work exclusively for people. So it's a great idea. It's just that resource is shrinking and it's only going to be so available to us.
Do we hire people that have,
Then.
do we hire people that have like a criminal background if they have like a history, a period of time where they haven't committed any crimes? So I don't know, I just kind of feel like that's part of the barrier too is.
Yeah, I think we lowered the age that we would take. I can't speak to the background part.
Yeah, I have to double check on the background piece. We have started looking into whether we can hire under 18, and we can do that for certain positions, but they can't drive a city vehicle if they're under 18. So we would only be able to hire maybe 2 or 3 that would partner with someone else. But yeah, we will look at all those.
And then, Ms. Lowry, one final thing. If we took the 10th, went ahead and started on the 10th, we're 2 years down the road now, it's 24. We've got a great track record of doing exactly what we said we could do or would do. Could we go out then and add the 2/10 with a vote?
Correct.
So you can flip them. You can take the vote, take your 2, figure out you're a bit shy and take the 1, or you can flip it and take the 1 and take the 2 or take the other one, whatever.
Correct. And there's actually on that ballot history, there's some folks who've done that. They initially went out for 0.15 and they came back for another 0.0001%. So you definitely absolutely can do it so long as you don't exceed the 0.3. And like I said, those 10-year periods of if they start, stop and how that works, again, have to verify with an attorney. But yes, at any point in time, you can go back out to ask for more.
And there is no max to the sales tax rate.
Only the maxes as they pertain to specific things. So the max on this one's 0.3%, the city's maxes are 0.85, and then the county is a 6.5, but there's no specific for an overall sales tax that I'm aware of.
So, okay. So because everyone probably read the county hopes in August to take 0.3 on cops. And so if that were to go through and ours were to go through, so we'd be at 9, no worry.
No, it's not like property tax where you have that shared
That cap.
threshold. Correct.
My preference on this would be to start the 0.1 75 days from the 1st of May, which would be August 15th. And we start the money. I have been standing outside. What's the CAM? Is that the school?
Yeah.
I've been standing out in CAM on my morning walks with a nice lady that's a crosswalk lady. It's amazing to me how many people drive here from Oregon to bring their kids to CAM. They have to go by 4 or 5 other school systems to come up here from Oregon. It's amazing to me. But when you look at what's going in there, those people are all coming down the highway from the north. They're running right down Onsdorf there, taking a right on 6th, and then coming right back around and going right back around, and they're doing it every day. 60 something thousand people, Ms. Lowry, you said is what we service above us, 80 something thousand total.
82,000.
22,000 of us, give or take a person. It only seems to me to our friends in Meadowglade, our friends in Amboy and Yackole, our friends from Lake Oswego who come up here in the summer and go to Lake Merwin and stop and buy something on their way up. Because I know when I go back to Tennessee or I go back to North Carolina, the good folks in Asheville, North Carolina, don't ask me where I'm from. They certainly take their just under 10% in sales tax money. So I pay it because I'm there. And so if it were up to me, and I believe if you all think about this, that we start thinking about this, and maybe at the first meeting in May, we talk about putting it on an agenda item sometime, either the second meeting in May or the 1st of June, to talk about taking 0.1 and getting started. I sat this week in a CTRAN meeting. CTRAN is doing incredibly well, if you want to know. They collected $30 million last year over what they spent, just in sales tax. They're doing pretty well. They have no debt except to Mr. Rogers for being an employee. That's their only, they're indebted to you for being an employee. But they said they thought that sales tax revenue will be going down, is what their estimation was. I'm not sure how, as far as their part of it, which means purchasing.
Everyone.
It didn't make quite good sense to me, but I'll play their game. But if we're willing to walk away from $700,000 and wait a year or wait 2 years, because Mr. Cortez, even though 22 is not a good year, 23 won't be a good year because we do elections on off years. And nobody, politicians want to put that kind of thing on the ballot when their name's on the ballot. So then we wait till 24. And 24 is presidential year. And so it just keeps going. So if it were up to me, and it's not, of course, it's up to us, then I think we should really think about taking the 0.1 and getting started. The quicker we get the money, the quicker we get started, the quicker we tell Mark, stripe some streets, get the easy stuff out of the way, get the potholes fixed, get all the little stuff fixed, and then we'll start thinking about the big stuff, whether it's bonding some of the money maybe to do the 20th sidewalk or whatever it may be. But please, folks, let's think about it and see if we just can't go ahead and get started. And no, let's not let Christmas go by us. You don't have anything for us this evening tonight, do you? Because would you, while we're in between, will you go and look at February's numbers and see what December brought to us this year, this
And
past
sales
year?
tax.
Yes, ma'am, please. And then well, we still have time.
Well, I was just thinking if we're bringing this back as an agenda item, could we see the numbers if we did offset the rate? Like we did for the
Utility
annex?
tax.
Yes, if, what it would look like, how many people we expect to capture versus how many you're currently paying? Thank you.
And I just want to clarify a point too. So we had talked about, and this is again, options for council. So right now, you guys are transferring money from the general fund to the street fund to pay for the preservation. You could either add this sales tax on top of that, or you can go strictly with just the sales tax or a combination of both. And so it comes back to what exactly, how much you guys want to put into the pavement preservation program, whether it be 1.1 million, whether that be 2 million, whether that be whatever we can scrape together. I mean, ultimately that decision would be on council to decide that. So we can definitely, I'll bring those numbers forward of what we're collecting, what that looks like, and what the forecast looks like. So you can see that.
Our number will not get any higher if we don't at least hang with what we have and take in my estimation, again, Mark, the number is not going to get any higher going from 0 to 100 if we just, well, we know it's not. If we spend $750,000, it's going to go down 3 points, is what you told us. So if our job, Mr. McCoy said it a month ago, our job is to look out after the welfare of the city. I'm out there every morning walking the streets. Streets are not in great shape. There are neighborhoods where they really suck. And so we should, and again, I don't think it's asking too much. I don't know how much everyone spends on taxable goods. But $10 here, $10 there, pretty soon we're talking about real money, obviously.
That includes also like the Amazon purchases and things like that. So I mean, I don't know. To me, it's a win-win, but.
Well, if you can spend $139 to be an Amazon member, can you spare $10
Right.
for your neighbors?
But
So
they're driving on your road to deliver your product.
Yeah.
from
You do it.
from sun up to way
They
past
kind of like paved
sundown.
roads to deliver. ours.
This is kind of off the, have we gotten any feedback back from Waste Connections about if mandatory garbage would save our residents $2 a month? Because if so, this would pretty much just be a swap.
Oh, okay. Anyone else? To my right, seeing no one. To my left, seeing no one. It's 10 minutes of 7. We'll see you back at 7.
Yeah. Well, sort of.
Children.
Yeah.
Everything settled at the Cortez house?
We're settling, yes.
Settling?
Yeah. No, it's settling really good.
Is it?
Yeah.
Good for you. Good for you.
It's good. People are happy, smiles all around.
Maybe down the line a little bit, maybe not so much. But
I seriously have.
the 5 women in here were doing okay.
I'm certainly outnumbered. is that what you're saying?
I believe that's more outgunned. More outgunned than outmanned.
How's Dolores doing?
She's good. Doing well. Doing well. The emergency order. Then yesterday. Well, I mean, it was pretty obvious, everyone knew it, and to keep them from wanting to throw the flight attendant over.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They said, good flight, you got.
This guy's trying to open up the back thing and throw the flight attendant out.
You can take your mask off. Yeah.
Have you seen the video where they're fishing with drones? They're drones,
I
fishing,
saw
Yeah, we
that.
take that off.
and going out after the koi or whatever they see, so you can bring it back to eat, because they can't get out of their apartment. Yeah, so they're flying these drones out, fishing in the river.
I want to do that.
But I see guys do that for surfing. They just use a drone
Yeah,
to
I've seen
haul it
that.
out.
Or take their lure
Yeah.
out. Yeah.
Take the lure out.
But yeah, these Chinese people are out there fishing for koi out of the apartments. And beating the dog and cats to death in bags. You beat my dog to death. As soon as I'm capable of getting out of this thing. I'm gonna track you down. I'm gonna track you down. Mark? Are we still on the 6 feet on the? We're getting a pretty good crowd.
We have to be 6 feet.
I don't think we got.
Well, we're still under the emergency order until tonight.
Oh, Harvard.
Yeah, still under our emergency.
Yeah,
order.
but what do we
We
do?
do, it's 6 feet.
Yeah, but we can.
Well, why don't you just say?
I would use that chair.
Well, because the local health director probably still is.
It's just cold.
Oh, yeah.
Not much.
But we did include in those little scooter people to be Aaron to make the call. We did include budget for. Yeah.
So I asked them last week, can I bring my electric scooter on the bus?
Oh, no, you
And you can't tie it to the front of the bus.
can't.
You got two of them. Drop off.
But because they were,
We have to just leave it at a charging station. Your bus stops here too. I don't know.
yeah. Well, no, first of all, because Howard Hanson before was saying he had his own. And then he wrote it down and picked up the bus ride to work. I said, well, go in the bushes and come back. Yeah. I don't know. That's what. You're union lady. Is Jim not the union boss? That's different. Oh, he's not. On the board, he is, but he's not the big union rep.
Oh,
But he, I think he was.
What a nice guy. What a nice guy.
Yeah.
Yeah, oh yeah, he told, over here on Grace.
Yeah.
Yeah, 'cause on Friday, we was talking about something. Like, oh, yeah. I'm pretty happy. He said, what would make you? Okay. The sidewalk on Grace.
Oh, I know. I told him.
That's what she said. Think I should not do that?
Yeah, I don't know about that. I don't know about that. Look who's here.
Well, it
No. I'm so terrified of that. Yeah. Yeah. When you have somebody in your computer that won't let you know. Well, I've never actually met them, but yeah.
Yeah, 2.5. How long's he been there? Years. Oh, really? Is he a driver supervisor?
Yeah.
They got it. You were talking. Seven o'clock. Welcome to the 18 April Battleground City Council meeting. If you'll join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Camera, let's see who's here.
I am here.
Oh, good.
Davis. Here. Boyd.
Present.
Here.
Here.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. Council member reports. We'll start with Ms. Walters.
Okay, so Ms. Davis and I, Councilmember Davis and I met with some of the residents of the Cedars about a week and a half ago, shortly after the last council meeting. And I just wanted to just let you guys all know that we got a little tour of their different housing areas and a nice history of that community as well. So that's all I have.
Thank you. Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, I attended the ECHO meeting last week. I just emailed you all a list of services available to people experiencing homelessness in the county, and who funds them. And we had Peace Health come out and give a presentation about a new program they're hoping to implement where they have a meeting room in their facility for case managers and that sort of thing to connect with people in the community to try to help with people that are being missed after they are in the hospital and that sort of thing. So exciting things are happening.
Thank you. As far as the C-Tran benefit district, I had sent everyone out a little note. Mr. McCoy replied back. Do you recall what day that was, Mr. Erdman? I think it's the 23rd of it. Yeah, I can't remember. Let's see if we can remember right quick. No, the composition board to meet the state requirements. I mean, he or I will go if we can figure out what day it is, so he or I can go.
It's a Saturday.
Yeah, no, it wouldn't be a Saturday. Will you send that out and either Mr. McCoy or I or both of us will go, who knows? If anyone else, does anyone else wish to go? Hearing none, either Mr. McCoy or myself or both of us will go. That's to meet the state requirement. Every 10 years, I think they have to kind of gather and kind of call the roll of the cities that compromise that make up the board. June 14th, Flag Day. That's right. Anyone else? Oh, there we are. Mr. McCoy.
Yeah, I attended the Identity Clark County Bridge meeting. That was it was about 2 hours, pretty well planned out meeting, but sounds like they got the bridge down to 2 designs, but they really didn't go over any true particulars other than probably a 10-lane bridge. And they seem pretty confident that they're going to get it off the ground. So we shall see.
Speaking of that, if there's any interest on the council, we can ask Mr. Johnson, who's the federal representative to that, or both the C-Tran people to come out for a presentation on what the game plan is. If there's some interest there, we can make a little note and we'll, Mr. Donahue and Mr. Johnson, see if we can get them to come out. It would probably be in May because I think everything hopes to sort out by the 1st of July, roughly. Anyone else? Moving on. Well, I think we're moving on to Ms. Erdman, you.
Great, thank you, Mayor Johnson. We have some new employee introductions. So first off, I'm going to turn it over to our Community Development Director, Sam Crummett.
Good evening, council. I'd like to introduce you to Kelly Lee. Kelly is our new permit technician. Just a little bit about Kelly. She is from the Battleground area. She grew up in Sandy, Oregon. She enjoys working on her 5-acre property with her husband. They have 2 Jack Russell Terriers, Roxy and Dexter. She's into health, fitness, and staying active.
All the things that we're into. Shocking. Welcome aboard. Ms. Lee, please tell us anything you'd like for us to know.
Well, I guess a fun fact is that I used to be a competitive ice skater. So a lot of people don't know that. So
Have you ever been hit in the knee with a bat?
no.
Oh, okay. I just seems to be happening around this area, so I just thought I would ask. So,
Skated with our other local celebrity skater.
Exactly.
Not a celebrity.
Well, it is. You are. That's right. That's right. It's a pleasure to have you, Ms. Lee, and we look to many years.
Well, thank you. Glad
Yes,
to be
ma'am.
here.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Sam.
All right, and next up, we have a new police support specialist, so I'll turn it over to Chief Ford.
Thank you, Ms. Urban, council. Nice to be here and see you all again today. It's very exciting when we get to welcome new people to the city and also to the police department for sure. We have been sorely in need of Kayla. We found her. So we're lucky to get her. There's a couple of cool, interesting things. So we just hired her last week as a police support specialist. So she'll be at the front desk, helping with records duties and property evidence, all the other front office type stuff. And she will be well up there with Emily. So she's increased us by 50% by adding her. So I love our capacity has increased a lot. Couple cool things about Kayla is that she was already a records technician at the Clark County Sheriff's Office. She's done that for 6 years. She's a public records expert, and she's going to take a lot of that off of Katrina and Emily. So she brings that experience already with her. We're very lucky to get her. Her former boss threatened if I don't treat her well to take my kneecaps out. So anyway, we're lucky to get her. She's married to Josh, and she has two boys, Liam and Aiden. The 3-year-old Liam and Aiden is 7. They're here today too. There's a whole crowd of people she'll introduce in just a minute. I think that are hers. She grew up in Vancouver, attended some college, and then also became a public records officer through the Washington State Association of Public Records Officers. In her free time, she enjoys spending time with her family, including her taking dogs to the dog park and stuff like that. And she enjoys baking. And her husband says makes really great chocolate chip cookies. So there you go. And, Kayla, and I'll let you introduce your family and say a couple things.
I brought with me my whole clan. I have my husband, my mom, my Nana, my dad, and my sister, and then my 2 kids. So half the room I'll claim. I just want to thank Chief Fort. The morale and environment at the police department is incredible. So thank you for the opportunity. Thank you for stealing me. Glad to be here.
I do find it interesting, Ms. Whitmire. Normally when the police chief says that they're searching for someone, that's not a good thing.
Right.
So
it was half and half.
Oh, okay. Well, then we'll look on the sunny side of it.
Thank you.
Hey, it's a pleasure to have you.
Thank you.
We hope for many years.
Yes, me too.
Thank you.
Thank you.
The floor is still yours, Chief.
Yes, sir. We have one more I'd like to introduce. This is our newest police officer. Again, we're sorely in need of him, and we came to a mutual finding as well. So we came upon each other. He's a lateral officer from California. Worked at Palo Alto PD for about 5 years. Before that, he was a corrections officer in that down there as well. He completed both academies in the state of California, corrections and law enforcement as well. So he has to do the equivalency academy here in Washington, which is coming up next month, I think. Yeah, so he'll be hopefully ready to go within about 8 weeks after that. He's been here. We hired him last week as well. So he's going through some of the preliminary introduction stuff, weapons qualifications and things like that. So he's been doing that this last week. And he's married. His wife Amanda is here as well. He's back there, right there. And the 2 little kids in the front. Mila is 3 and Camden is 11 months. And then he grew up in Redwood. He can introduce his family, all the rest, whoever else is here too in a second. But he grew up in Redwood City, California. And he also likes exploring the local area and parks and stuff. I think they've been up here a few months in the Northwest now. And one kind of a cool thing we learned about him was that for the first time in his life, he shoveled snow last
Last Monday.
Welcome to the North.
Last Monday.
Last Monday, yeah, I was supposed to be here at 8 a.m. and it didn't quite work out.
The floor is yours, sir.
I'm just happy to be here. Thanks to Chief, thanks to Battleground. Everybody's been great. Everybody's been great, very welcoming. And my only other people that are here are my in-laws, Linda, and then we got Ted here. and laws. But yeah, everybody's been great, and I'm thankful for the opportunity, and looking forward to continuing my career with Battleground.
What a rarity you are, sir. Someone actually moving here from California. We hardly, I cannot think the last time we saw anyone move here from California.
Yeah,
You're a rarity.
yeah, it's been great so far.
We wish you the best of luck in many years as well.
Thank you, appreciate it.
Pleasure to have you.
Thank you. I, Daniel Ortiz, do solemnly affirm that I will support, obey and defend the Constitution and laws of the United States of America and of the state of Washington. I will abide by the law enforcement code of ethics and will diligently and impartially perform all duties of police officer for the city of Battleground, County of Clark, State of Washington, as such duties are prescribed by law. Congratulations.
We're going to take 7 minutes. That would be 20 minutes after for pictures. So if anyone would like to shoot some pictures, please.
You need to.
Let's take some photos and then we'll move on. Thanks, guys.
Looks like it. I'll take her picture tomorrow. I'll have to ask more about that. Yeah, she's off to her next activity.
Okay. Back to some. Well, the pictures just.
Yeah, you and we can come up here tomorrow. We'll snap one of your to Alicia so she can.
Yeah, I took your sweater down this thing. I took mine down.
With our department, we
We'll
don't,
wait for Adrian to come back.
well, Mark and I, we don't really do pictures of our employees.
Well, Alicia started doing them last time, so now gotta stay consistent.
What are you doing? Things going your way? What are you doing? Still live up there?
Oh, unhappy.
What box is it? North.
Oh, then.
I got your number. So what would you-
Put that on the list. Why would,
what's your street? Northwest 25th.
that would be that. Be nice like you.
It's just a great.
Oops. I keep doing that on accident, raising my hand. I didn't mean to do that. I raised my hand on accident. Pardon, on Zoom, I raised my hand on accident.
Oh. Is everyone back? I believe we'll go ahead and get started. Pictures are over. Moving on to citizens
Oh,
communication.
no, we have one more
Oh,
presentation.
I'm sorry, I forgot the scooters.
Yes. So we have Caroline Ferreira. I hope I pronounced your last name correctly. She is with us via Zoom today. She's going to give us a quick presentation on bird scooters and that what that means for the city of Battle Ground and potentially adding them onto the street. So I will turn it over to Caroline.
Great. Thank you so much for having me. I'm going to share my screen. Are you all able to see it?
Yes, ma'am.
Wonderful. Well, my name is Caroline Frere. I'm on the city partnerships team here at Bird. Thank you so much for having me this evening. So before we talk about what we do and how the service works, it's really important to know why we run this business and why we do what we do. And really it's to improve our communities and improve the lives of people within those communities. And we do that by providing another method of transportation by helping people get to where they want to go and where they need to go. So at large, the industry is called micromobility, but at the end of the day, we are a transportation company. So we started this company about 5 years ago, really as the only business to ever do something like this at the time. And we immediately saw a lot of success. So since then, we've expanded pretty rapidly and are now in about 400 plus cities across dozens of countries worldwide. And this 100 million rides mark is really important to us, as it's 100 million times someone has trusted our product and service to get them from point A to point B. And it's really because of this success and notoriety that hundreds of cities like Battle Ground have come to trust us as a service to their communities. So we're in cities both big and small. You may hear of e-scooters and tend to think of large cities like San Francisco, LA, or Portland, but really the vast majority of the cities we work with are between 10, 20, 40,000 people. So our bread and butter really tends to be markets of this size. And if you're not familiar with the service, it's very intuitive. So the scooters will be strategically placed in groups of about 3 to 5 throughout town, and it'll all be done via our app. So you'd create an account, read and sign the user agreement, add your credit card. And if it's your first time riding, you're going to complete a pretty extensive suite of tutorials and safety videos that will show you the rules of the road or any other local rules too. But all in all, you can think of using a scooter the same way you'd use a bike. And really, I think a lot of cities are very open to this because they're already receptive to bikes and other methods of pedestrian transit. And really, when it comes down to it, a scooter has a handlebar, 2 wheels, brakes, a bell, and goes just about the same speed as a casual biker. However, the biggest way in which we differ from a regular bike or an e-bike program is that we have a dockless model, meaning that people can start and end their rides really anywhere within the city or within the operating zone. So this gives people the freedom to go wherever they want to go without having to end their ride at a designated location or ride around looking for an open spot to park. So all in all, this really does give people the ultimate freedom to go wherever they want to go without it necessarily having to be a round trip. And in terms of pricing, it's very simple. It costs $1 to unlock the vehicle, and there is a per minute fee ranging from about 35 to 45 cents per minute, which averages to about an average ride of about $6 to $7. And we also have discounts easily available for people receiving various forms of government assistance, senior citizens, veterans, frontline healthcare workers, or students receiving Pell Grants. So it's very important to us as a company that this is available and equitable for everyone, regardless of their background. And there is absolutely zero obligation for any upkeep or management of the scooters by the city, but by no means will we be dropping the scooters off and saying, see you later. You'll be set up with a dedicated account manager who you'll work with really closely to ensure that everything is going as smoothly as possible, starting with your initial launch and through the duration of the partnership. So it's their job to make sure the city is happy with operations, and they'll work cross-functionally with you all to get in front of any issues and rectify any that may arise. And one of the biggest ways we work with cities is by putting appropriate parameters around the operating zone in place. So the operating zone simply means the city limits in which the vehicles will work. Our technology has become very sophisticated, which has been the reason why we've gained the trust of some of the most sophisticated cities out there, like, you know, Los Angeles, New York, Rome, et cetera. And I can tell you that what's required of a vendor like ourselves in cities like that is probably the length of a phone book. So staying in line with any rules and regulation for Battleground will be seamless. And the number one question I tend to get is around how we keep track of the vehicles. So our business is completely reliant on integrating GPS and geozoning into our cities. So we're always very proactive about educating our riders on how to safely ride and navigate the roads. And we also have a lot of capabilities around restricting certain usage as it pertains to slow speed zones, no ride zones, or no park zones. So you can think of these zones basically like an invisible fence that will notify the rider to let them know to take a different route or park elsewhere. And I bring this up because we have been able to do this already and really have perfected it in so many cities. It will make the job of implementation for Battleground really easy because it's already been proven so many times before. And the second most common question I tend to get is around clutter and tidiness. So it is Bird's job to educate our riders on how to properly use the scooters and how to properly park. And you will find that the overwhelming majority of riders use the scooters as they're intended and will park them correctly. But of course, there will always be some bad actors out there, the same way somebody may not return their shopping cart or double park in a parking lot. But really, it's our job to stay on top of this and fix any parking issues. And really, the big piece here is around local presence. So we'll partner with a local business owner or entrepreneur who knows the city very well and is from there. So they'll have that community pride and don't want to see the clutter as much as you or I do. I'll highlight more in that next piece there. But the last piece to note here is around data. The city will have full free access to data, which will show where the scooters are being ridden, where people are starting their rides, what times they're riding at, et cetera. So this type of data is otherwise really difficult for a city to obtain. And however Battleground would like to use that data is, of course, completely up to you. But some cities will use it to help them know where to build up more bike lanes, invest in more bike racks, or any infrastructure like that. So in terms of local run operations, we started with this idea about 2 years ago, really the same time we started expanding into all kinds of communities worldwide. So simply put, we will have one, maybe two local contractors who will act as the boots on the ground in Battleground. So they're the ones who will be responsible for deploying the scooters, organization, charging, maintenance, and keeping the scooters looking nice throughout town. So this will be somebody who lives there, who is from there, has a lot of community pride and all the positive intangibles that we look for in a partner. And because of this, they can run this even better than we could. So they'll be the ones combating any untidiness, and they really do an incredible job at making sure that they are serving the community as best as possible. And when we do enter a particular market, it really does take a village, and you can see the hierarchy here. So we have people who are at the general manager level who focus on the entire region of the Northwest. One tier below that will have an engagement manager who oversees the operations of the folks on the ground. And the operations associate is there really to maximize some of the processes and fine tune the operations to ensure compliance in a city. And lastly is the fleet manager, the local operator, who will be the person, really navigating everything on the ground. So as you can see, by no means is this a set it and forget it. It really does take a lot of people to get this going and really gain the confidence of the cities we work with. So finally, our proposal is really simple. This is a mode of public transportation. This is entirely free to the city as well. And I think you'd be really hard pressed to find any other free public transportation for a city. So this would be recommended as a trial period. I really want to highlight that it would be a 12-month trial period. And at the end of the 12 months, the city and Bird will come together to really gauge the success of the opportunity. And then, of course, the launch date will be dependent on how quickly we get support of the city and council. But I know that warm weather is right around the corner, so it'd be great to get the scooters on the ground in time for summer. So with that, I'll pause here. I know I threw out a lot of information at you and you all probably have a lot of questions. So I'm here for any questions or concerns that any of you all may have.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Mr. Bowman, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. As I've said before, and Mr. Cortez and myself and Ms. Erdman had the opportunity to use these two different companies. Bird was one of them when we were in Washington, DC. And they're, if I can ride one at 275 pounds and, you know, not fall off, okay, in the dark too, it was much better with no lights. But we rode all the way from Georgetown and we would look at our app and we'd find the next scooter because our scooter had run dead because we were going so far. We just find the next scooter and hop on it and away we'd go. And they're a lot of fun. I think that I like the presentation. I don't know if and maybe that's where the city and them work together with Bird if we go forward. I don't know that it does a lot of good if Mr. Johnson takes one home to his house and leaves it on the sidewalk at his house and gets it out of the zone where, you know, people are moving in the downtown area, that kind of stuff, the commercial zone. But it worked really well. We saw the people picking them up, saw people coming by, grabbing them, taking them to wherever they take them, bring them back. But they're all over back there, and it's kind of a fun way, especially like in DC. We cruised the mall, which is quite lengthy, and you could drive down the mall with them. And that's the first time I saw them. I remember telling our lobbyists that I thought that it was a bait scooter because it was just sitting there and the little light was blinking. And I'm like, dude, they're setting you up to try to steal their scooter and someone's going to jump out of the bushes and get you, right? He informed me what they were, but they're pretty cool. I think it'd be neat to see where the city could go with that and see if there's people that would use them out here. I think it would be, and especially this time of year when we're getting into warm weather, I think it'd be nice to see how it went. And we don't have a Multnomah River to throw them in, so that's a plus. So I think they would be an asset for the community. Thank you.
Were you born in Idaho with that kind of paranoia?
No, I've seen a lot of YouTube videos though where a guy grabs something and some guy jumps out of the bushes,
Okay.
tackles you.
Okay. Yeah, whatever.
Close to Idaho though.
Yes, ma'am.
I have a question for Aaron. Where can people ride the scooters? Are they allowed to ride them on the sidewalks?
So those would be all things that you as a council could determine, I believe. So that's one thing we would enter into a memorandum of understanding with Bird. And then we could set some of those regulations. Now, of course, the enforcement piece is going to be the hard part. But I believe, in Caroline, you could correct me if I'm wrong, but most jurisdictions do allow them on the sidewalks.
Yeah, so great question. It totally depends on the city or the municipality. I did take a look at Battleground's motorized footboard ordinance before this meeting today, and I know that e-scooters would fall under that. So as a company, we strongly encourage that riders do not go on the sidewalk. And I know in Battleground, it is illegal to ride on the sidewalk. So we do have a lot of education and constant reminders for riders to go in the street and not the sidewalk. It would ultimately be up to the local law enforcement and how they would want to enforce that. But within our agreement with the rider, they are not to ride on the sidewalk.
But the chief, the opposite of that, Ms. Frere, well, Ms. Walters, I'm sorry, I didn't see you.
No,
I'll
it's
come
okay.
back. Go ahead.
Chief, do you have any concerns about the safety, the road safety? We don't have many bike lanes. I mean, we have Main Street, which is fairly good for that, but if they were to go along the side streets, do you have any concerns about any more than just regular bike traffic?
So primary, I didn't do really do any research about this, so just very little. What I think I understand is they're generally allowed where bicycles are allowed. So where there are bicycle lanes or the side of the road like that, I think they're allowed. I don't think I would have any more issue with those than I would bicycles. Honestly.
Okay.
But I would have to do a little more research about, I think there's a couple, she's alluded to that a little bit. There's an RCW that prohibits riding on sidewalks.
Sure.
I'm not sure that we could get there as an ordinance.
I think my only real concern is I would want a pretty thorough I guess lining out of where these can go. Because I mean, we certainly wouldn't want them to go down Southwest 20th Avenue or any of the streets that just have ditch on the side and things like that. So I definitely would want to make sure that we were looking at that type of thing. Aside from that, I think it's a great idea. Thanks.
So I have a question as part of that. Sorry. Is there a way for the mapping system to like give a warning to the rider, like this area is doesn't have sidewalks and may not be safe for riding? Just like a warning.
Not quite a warning. There is a degree of personal responsibility when somebody does ride a scooter. However, if there is a street that is just not safe, it doesn't make any sense for the scooters to be allowed on those streets. It is very easy for us to create no ride zones. So like I said in the presentation, it's really the same as like an invisible fence where the scooter would not physically be able to enter past that barrier. So when someone is coming up on one of those red zones, the scooter starts to beep really loudly and then it shuts off as soon as they cross that line. So they will then be aware that they need to take an alternative route. But we're not able to do suggestions just because we don't want to limit how people ride the scooter. But we certainly can enact no ride zones in any areas that just make no sense for the scooter to operate in.
Thank you.
Ms. Davis.
What about speed? I think we've heard before that you do have the opportunity to limit speed at certain areas. Is that true? Could you tell me a little bit more about that? I've never.
No. Yeah, we certainly can. So the scooter maxes out at 15 miles per hour, which is really just about the same speed as a casual biker. But we can do slow speed zones. So for example, some cities, if they have a lot of pedestrian traffic in their downtown corridor and they're worried about people whizzing through, they'll do a slow speed zone where the max speed is maybe 10 miles per hour. It's very easy for us to put any of those into effect, even if there's a special event going on too. So we can absolutely restrict the speed if and when necessary, but all in all, the scooter speed maxes out at 15 miles per hour.
We, of course, have to work with WSDOT, those wonderful people. Does WSDOT have a problem with, I don't think you can bike on their highway. You can bike you bike on their sidewalk?
You can bike on the highway. There's.
You can.
Even on parts of SR14 and stuff.
You can.
I don't know about the interstate.
No, well, no,
Yeah.
but
You'd have to reach out to them. We have not had this discussion with Watchdog yet.
okay, because my only thing would be, they have rules that they haven't even figured out themselves yet. So I'm sure they'll figure those out for us. And then Ms. Breyer, is there a helmet requirement?
I know in Battleground, there is a helmet requirement. Burr does not require helmets, but we do strongly encourage it. So some options that riders have is you can actually get a free helmet through the app. We also really encourage helmet riding. You can take a selfie while wearing a helmet and get credit off of your next ride. So it's up to the city and their codes in terms of making it legal or illegal to ride with or without a helmet. But as a company, it's strongly encouraged. It's not a requirement of the company, but I think in this case, it would be by the city.
And then lastly, is there an age limit?
Yeah, so our riders need to be 18 or older.
And how? And I saw in your list of cities, Elko, Medford, et cetera. How are they working on an age limit? How would you, I mean, I get it if I took my mother's credit card and went onto the app and got the service and I was 16, there's nothing to keep that from happening.
Correct. So the age requirement is the same in every city that we operate in. So it is 18. So when somebody does create an account and they sign, and when they read and sign the user agreement, they are signing that they are 18 and older.
Gotcha.
Yes, to answer your question, it's 18 and older in all cities
Gotcha.
for our user agreement.
Anyone else? Well, I did go online and looked at your website, and it's very interesting. And I think it's probably something, does anyone have any heartburn going forward and looking at this any deeper? Everyone seems to be moving that way. Let's do check with WASDOT and get those kinds of things out of the way so that we don't set ourselves up.
You can make that exclusion zone too on the highway.
But then
You
how,
can cross over
where?
Walmart,
It's crosswalk.
Scotland, crossover.
Well, but if you just said you couldn't go down 20th,
Yeah, but you can come over, come up Parkway.
Well, isn't it already in our code for the?
we'll figure out WASDOT.
Yeah.
We're bisected by two state highways.
Okay.
And so we'll have to sort out what their wishes
Yeah.
are.
Okay.
I can reach out to WASDOT. I can sit down with Chief and Mark and kind of come up with a plan, get their concerns, pros and cons, work with Caroline, and we can come back to council with a
And,
proposal.
Ms. Frere, if you'll be so kind as to send to Ms. Erdman, perhaps Elko is about the same size as we are.
Mhm.
Would you send a phone number and a name of someone in Elko that's doing this business with you guys?
Yes, absolutely. I'll try to find some other similar size cities too. That would be a good reference.
That'll be grand. We'll see you soon.
Thank you so much for having me. I really appreciate everybody's time and questions tonight. Thank you so much.
Pleasure to have you.
All right, take care, everyone.
Good evening. Any other questions about Bird before we move on? Okey dokey, moving on. Citizens Communications, we're opening up the floor if you'd like. Please come forward, give your name, your address, and we are here. As anyone that wishes to come up.
Good evening. My name's Lee Moon. I filled out one of those cards. My address
have it.
is 11814 Northeast 177th Circle, Battleground. I'm here tonight to kind of provide you a little bit of feedback about some of your development decisions because you're in the process of making another one that's going to affect me. The Space Age Station that now occupies the corner of Southwest 40th and SR 503 has become a bit of an issue for those of us that used to live in a quiet neighborhood on a dead-end road. It is a very busy place. The proposal stated that it would operate between 5 a.m. and midnight, when in fact, if you've got plastic, it operates 24 hours a day. The market closes, but the pumps remain open. So we are treated to cookies in the middle of the night in the intersection where 40th meets 120th. There's all sorts of rubber on the road that you can look at if you question what I'm telling you. Customers that exit the station onto Southwest 40th, just assume anybody coming in on Southwest 40th must be getting ready to turn into this station because the prices are so good. And they just kind of roll through and right into your path so that when I come in now, because I have to go past that, I just turn on my left turn indicator. So they have to really think about, gee, are they really coming into the station so that we don't collide? There is a significant uptick in autos coming down our private road, which is 177th, only to come back out at all hours. So they're cruising. I don't know what they're doing. I'd rather not think about what they're probably doing. But all of this diminishes the livability of our prior existing residential communities. This includes one that is within the city of Battleground and one that's in your UGA. So, and now we discover that a local truck and RV dealership is about to occupy somewhere between 3.7 and 4.9 acres right across the road from me. That's about 30 feet away from my property line. Tonight, you're going to consider voting on the 120th Avenue annexation, which suggests to me that you want to make it possible for them to park, for trucks and people coming in to look at vehicles, RVs, all sorts of things right next to my boundary. Ours is a dead-end road. Raise your hand if you think this is compatible with a residential neighborhood. Annexing the west side of 120th can only be to facilitate this non-compatible business. The city and its decision makers have repeatedly demonstrated how little they care about what local citizens have to deal with after you've made a decision. And so, Mr. Bowman, that is why people hate this city so much. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? There were two. Come on up, sir. Your name is, sir? The floor is yours, Mr. Irwin.
I'm here to talk about the annexation north of City of Battleground right now, off of 120th and all the way south to 244th.
What's your address, your current address?
24013 Northeast 120th Court.
Thank you.
I don't know, this is my first council meeting, so forgive me if I do something wrong. I have a lot of my neighbors here, so if they want to talk, I want to.
Just continue on. We're good.
Right now, we're dealing with a developer on the south end right now, and we have water that goes through where you guys approved development to go through. I don't know what's going to come of that, but I don't want city water. One of the biggest appeals of this property was that I did not have to maintain my own well, and I was not on city water. Because of what I heard last meeting, when you guys were talking about the water rights in our area, or the water limits, sorry, in our area, that we would have to change to city water. That wouldn't be able to happen until you guys were able to move the water limits north. For that, I'm as much as I can be against this annexation on top of the city taxes that I really am trying to avoid also, but it's more, I just don't want our beautiful little area and our little road to disappear. We live in a little paradise, and it's really threatened right now, and we're all here to fight for it. So, thank you. If anybody else wants to talk.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for coming. There were also, Ms. Cameron, there were two, if you'd like to just read them right quickly, two letters that were sent to us from folks who couldn't come this evening, or do you want me to read them? I'll read them. I'll read them. But we'll start with you, sir.
Oh, well, okay, the same subject.
Since you're here, and your name is?
Brett Hunt.
And you live where, Mr. Hunt?
23901 Northeast 120th Court.
Okay.
I'm not on the border of this developer who wants to put 140 units in my backyard. And I've been there for like, 17 years. And when Marie and I moved there, I told her I'm gonna die in this house. Now I'm looking at the possibility of being forced out. And I'm not happy. I'm not happy. First of all, they lied to us. They came up in the neighborhood and passed out a bunch of crap, trying to get people to sign it, saying that they're going to do away with our CC&Rs with a minimum of signatures. It can't be done because our CC&Rs require 100% vote. And they didn't just hand the letter out to have somebody sign it. They didn't come to my house. They knew better. They didn't just hand it out. They bothered these people numerous times. Have you signed this yet? You've got to get this signed. We've got to have this right away. I'm going on vacation.
I gotta have you sign this so we can eliminate your CCNRs. The reason they didn't come to my house, because 17 years ago, they came to my house. And a lady that's involved this time, the realtor, knocked on my door. Damn. I'm sorry, I got early onset of dementia and
Please,
I
please.
struggled just a bit. She came to my door and she says, developer's gonna buy our property and I'm gonna represent you. So we're gonna sell your house. I said, get off my porch. Now she's come back again. So you annexed, a few years ago, you annexed the south end of our properties, of our neighborhood. And now somebody's wanting to annex the north end of our properties. We don't want to be annexed. We don't. And we don't want this development going in next door to us. I understand there are properties there, people there who want to sell their property. I understand that. And they think they're going to get a big bang for their buck selling to a developer. They're not. The price they're offering those people is pittance. It's pittance. But he comes in there and he says, we're going to break your CCNRs. Well, I have information for this dude that I sent him last week. My attorney sent him. My significant other runs an adult care facility in my home. And she's been running it there for 16 years. She takes care of 6 elderly individuals. Federal Housing Authority protects that house. So if he comes in there and he tries to break our CCNRs, he's going to have a lawsuit against him for discrimination because he cannot force those people to live next to 140 apartments and break our CCNRs. He can't do it. They're disabled people. Federal Housing Authority covers developmental disability people in general, and elderly adults. But he still thinks he can break our CCNRs and take our land or force us into annexation. Last week, you guys talked about annexation and you talked about, well, if we annex that property, they'll still have to keep up their private road themselves. We pay you an extra $1,000 a year taxes and we still would have to keep up our own damn road. Help me understand. What are you trying to do? You can't let this guy build those apartments there. And if you do, then you've got to make sure that he protects the north end of our properties so that we don't have people drawing graffiti on our garages and breaking into our houses and stealing stuff and coming through our yards, climbing our fences. You wouldn't want that in your property. I sure as hell don't want it in mine. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hunt. There are 2 letters we received. The first comes from Alan and Brenda Williams of 11707 Northeast 244th Street here in Battleground. We've been made aware of the topic for annexation for our area. Unfortunately, we cannot be at the meeting regarding this and would like for our neighbor Luke, who came earlier, to present this letter, which he did. This letter is to inform you that we are completely against this annexation of our property. If you require any further information from us, please let us know. The other is from Gary and Sharon Studer, and they live at 11717 Northeast 244th Street, down the street from the previous people. I assume we object and vote no in reference to the current proposed annexation, Mr. and Ms. Struder. Anyone else? Jim, come on up. Before Jim gets here, I know Jim because Jim and I served in the Army some 25, 26 years ago.
Yeah, pretty close.
Give or take a year. Jim, please, address if you will.
My address is 11625 Northeast 244th Street. I live in the area that is in the planned annex, and to keep it simple, don't really want to be annexed. I like living in the country. Yeah, I'm not in favor of it. Thank you.
Pleasure to see you. Anyone else? Yes, sir, please. Yes, ma'am, please. Good evening, sir. Your name
Daniel-
is?
Yes, sir. Daniel and Glenda Storts, 24203 Northeast 112th Avenue. And we're actually on the northwest corner, taking that whole corner lot from 112 when it turns over to 244. We're sitting back in there.
Gotcha.
And we just got wind of this just about a week ago that there was a proposal out for the annexation, and we're totally against it. We're not in on that. So you can put us down as a big no. That's all I have to say.
Thanks for coming. Thank you. Mark, was that area, Sam, was that area marked?
Yes.
Okay. Yes, ma'am. Welcome aboard.
Hi there, my name is Colleen Jankowski. My address is 11904 Northeast 240th Way. And I am in that Louisville Heights, and I am opposed also to the annexation.
Thank you for coming.
Thank you.
Pleasure to have you. Yes, sir, please.
My name is Alan Lehman, and my address is 11539 Northeast 244th Street. And my wife Terry and I, we are against the annexation. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Thank you for coming. I believe you're the last in the, so please.
My name is Mary Ann Coit. I live at 24013 Northeast 120th Court in Battleground.
And that
I'm
last name is spelled?
Couto.
Thank you.
I'm the mother-in-law from my, Luke is my son-in-law, and I'm opposed to the annexation. We bought our home less than 2 years ago. And the major appeal was, I've lived on well water all my entire life. And I like the idea of the well, and we have the water. It's close in proximity to the town. But yet we don't have all the town, traffic, foot traffic and whatnot. And we actually live on the corner of 503 and 244th. We are actually on the corner there. So, and I'm opposed to the annexation as well.
Thank you for coming. Pleasure to have you. Seeing no one else, we will close citizens' communications. Moving on to the consent agenda. Does any council member believe that any item needs to be withdrawn?
Motion to approve as presented.
Second.
Thank you. Thank you. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Hearing none. Moving on. Ms. Erdman, we're moving on up, excuse me. Mr. Bowman, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Council, I'd just like to make a motion to add to the agenda tonight to briefly discuss the city attorney / deputy city manager position. And Mr. Mayor, if we could do that at the last agenda item of the night, if it's approved, to just put a pause on it and talk about it and possibly bring it back for a future meeting.
Does anyone have any problem with that?
Second.
Does it need to be motioned?
To add it to
Yeah.
the agenda, yes.
Oh, that's right. Yep. Okay, a second. Thank you. Any discussion? All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Hearing none. Now, we're moving on to the business, Ms. Erdman. The notice of intent to annex the Hanson annexation.
Yes, I will turn it over to Mr. Clement for a presentation.
Good evening, council. First of all, just want to state that this is the Hanson annexation 10% notice of intent to annex. Only one parcel is proposed. That's Mr. Howard Hanson's property. He is in attendance this evening to speak to the council. Staff is recommending an all or nothing approach to bring all the surrounding properties in with Mr. Howard, Mr. Hanson's annexation.
And to do that, he would need to reconfigure his boundary and then try to acquire 60% of the signatures. It sounded like there's a number of property owners who were in opposition this evening. I did provide a map on the screen that shows the last names of the surrounding property owners and their assessed values. So I'll leave it at that, and Mr. Hansen's available for any questions.
Welcome aboard, Mr. Hanson.
Yeah, thank you. I wasn't aware of this other proposed annexation for the entire area. So my application was submitted a couple of weeks ago, and the reason that my wife and I submitted the request for annexation is in 2005, when the city moved north, we have a 13-home development all on 5 acres. The city took 8 of those homes and put them into the city, and 5 of us were left in the county, and my property happens to be adjacent to the city boundary line. As indicated by some of the earlier speakers, there's been proposals to develop the property on the battleground side, and there's going to be litigation over trying to vacate the CCNRs for our area, et cetera. And in the event that that development takes place, my wife and I don't have any interest in continuing to live in this rural area that is going to be occupied by anywhere from 145 to several hundred apartments. So we're just attempting to get some additional flexibility in the event that that development, the CCNRs are vacated and the development takes place. It's to our advantage to be in the city of Battleground for zoning purposes. We would then become, instead of just multi-use in the county, we would be R7 multi-use in the city of Battleground. And that would make our property basically more tenable for, or more appreciated by new owners. So this process has created quite a bit of divisiveness in the neighborhood, obviously. And there are some people that are adamantly opposed to any development or any annexation. We're trying to remain neutral and stay friends with everybody, but in looking out for ourselves and anticipating what may happen, we would like to be in a position to put our property on the market zoned differently than it's currently zoned. So that's the reason for my annexation application.
Thank
They
you.
have to take any questions.
Yes, sir. Yes.
Sam, I have a question for you. Can you tell us why you wanted us to take in everybody else?
Yeah, our land use master plan recommends that it's preferred to take in several properties to square off our service boundaries. So it's an efficiency thing. I know we've done it different ways in the past, but the goal would be to have more squared off boundaries that are easier for some of the services to be provided for.
Okay, so we don't have to do it.
We
It's just
don't.
what you're recommending. 'cause we
The
did-
council has the option of either rejecting the application as is, accepting Mr. Hanson's single 5-acre parcel, or proposing another boundary.
Because we did the guy up in Tukes neighborhood, his single
Correct.
property, so I don't see why we wouldn't, if he just wants to do his own property, I don't have any issue with that. I wouldn't want to pull everybody else in though, just the applicant.
Okay. Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The deputy mayor brings up a good point, and we've heard, I think, is there any property owners in that area that did not communicate with the city either tonight or by email? 2? There's 2 of them. Okay.
Yes.
So my issue is this, is you know, one of the comments was that we love living next to the city, but not in the city. And I know in talking to the developer that is developing, that we did the developers agreement with, or working on the developers agreement for the road that's going through to the west, the piece of property there.
Yep.
Mr. Hewitt. I know that there has been talks with the properties, apparently from him, with the properties that are adjacent to the east that are in the city limits. And, you know, I go back to, and we will see this over and over and over again since we've talked annexation. We saw it on Parkway when the last annexation that we just approved. I'm 100% positive that two of those properties came in and said, do not annex us into the city. Homes got built next to them. They found out that it was going to be very profitable to annex into the city. And when they got ready to develop or to sell, please annex us into the city so we can get the most money for our property. The original petition was just for Mr. Hansen's property. I get 100% that, you know, you don't like to look out your door and see growth happening, but I also get the other side of it that, you know, property rights don't end at your property line. Property rights apply to Mr. Hansen, they apply to the Irwins, the Linders. And so, you know, if he wants to come into the city, I don't necessarily think, I think by going out and saying, hey, let's grab all the rest, that kills that annexation, period. And, you know, what we will have is we'll have someone else come in 10 years when they're ready to sell and things around them have been built and they want to capitalize on the value of their property and sell then. So I'm not interested in doing the all or nothing. If we were going to do anything, I would look at Mr. Hansen. The other thing I think council needs to understand too, and that, you know, it was brought up that a gas station being built. When we have zoning, if you want to get sued, then tell someone they can't do something in a zone that is set up for them to do that. So if we can say that you can have apartments in R7 and you go through the whole process and then you come in and say, we want to do apartments. And we said, we don't like apartments there. You can only have R3. That's how some of the biggest lawsuits in the state happen over land use and zoning and those type of things. So we set, and the county sets and the state sets and urban growth sets what this looks like. And then that's out of our hands. We can change what a zoning looks like. We could change, you know, a commercial zone to a residential zone if we wanted to, as long as it falls within GMA. We can do that, but we can't say, and we found this out with marijuana. We can't say everything but marijuana, right? And so there was things that you could do to zone it into certain zones. So that's the challenge that we run into. And I know, because I've been on the other side of it, sitting there, and I know you want to think that we can change that. We can do certain things, but we also have to protect the rights of the people from the other side. And so I'm looking at strictly just, you know, as it was presented, if anything. I know the 10% petition has already been met there, and the 60% will be met too if it's just that single property. So that's where I stand on it, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Ms. Davis.
A few questions. Last council meeting, you guys talked about water issues, that it was an interesting part of Battleground. And how is that affect, what part of that is on Mr. Hansen's property that would affect the other homeowners if it's annexed and Mr. Hansen proceeds to sell it off? How's the road situation go? Who does it affect, the CCNRs, as far as, is he gonna be, that might not be our property, but problem. But what I'm trying to figure out is, how does this property affect the other owners if water's an issue. So I guess the first question is, do we have a water issue that affects all the homes that's on this property?
So this area, and I think I heard 13 lots, but is served by a well that I believe CPU maintains. So right now it's CPU maintained well. It would only change as property develops. So for example, the church developed the property on the corner of 503 and Onsdorf. And when they built that, they switched over to city water. You would have the same thing happen. So as these properties develop, they would switch over. We haven't said that the rest of the properties would go off the well. CPU is looking at something unassociated with any of this, but that's a different thing. And I'm not sure where they are in that process because, you know, I don't think they want to maintain it anymore. And so they've been looking at, you know, pros and cons of trying to switch it over to the city or not. And like I said, that I'm not sure where that is, but the properties would only switch to city water as they developed as of this point.
And the road is similar. The road would continue to stay privately maintained. If Mr. Hanson's property was ever developed, then that would switch over to city standards and they need to put in appropriate city infrastructure there, street infrastructure.
Thank you.
We're good. Yes, ma'am. We're good. Ms. Walters.
What is the size of that parcel, of the Hanson parcel?
5 acres.
5
They're all
acres.
5 acres.
Okay, so if we were to annex just that property, what would the city zone it as? What would we?
R7, 7 units per acre.
Okay. Okay.
However, the 7 units per acre, unless the CCNRs are vacated, there's no development period. So that's the reason that there's the big fight over maintaining the CCNRs. As I understand the CCNRs, all 13 are one residence per 5 acres. So the reason the developer wants to overturn the CCNRs is so that they can do the R10 in the city and potentially R7 in the county that's annexed into the city.
Okay, thanks.
Is it possible to pull the map up just a tad? What's under the mulberries? Is that the church property?
No, it's right here.
I can explain a little bit about what's
But-
you've heard about the apartments.
But before we move on, yeah, where are we on the scheme of things here?
This is a church property clear down here. You're 4 lots.
4 lots
below the-
down.
Below, yeah, so 3 lots from this one right here. 3 lots down.
So those are wooded lots between the church property and the mulberries,
Correct.
riding the highway?
There's the church parking lot on the north side of Onsdorf Boulevard. And then north of the church parking lot are some vacant parcels. And we have a pre-application in the city that proposed an apartment project there. We haven't received a formal, an actual formal submittal for an application for that. Yeah, but we have entertained a pre-application meeting.
So the gray underneath Mr. Hanson and the mulberries and is city. So these
Correct.
wooded lots on the highway are city. And then we enter the county there at the mulberries and at Mr. Hanson's.
That's correct.
Okay, just so that I've got it straight in my head. We're moving on. Mr. Cortez, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Hanson? Yes. I mean, the way that I see this, looks like there's a lot of moving parts from what other people have come to express their opinions on. And quite frankly, I don't mean to sound callous, but I don't, the way I'm looking at this is I don't really care about the other moving parts because while I understand that's a very important battle that they may have and it's very important to them and I don't diminish that, but I'm not for me, in making my decision here, I'm not looking at really whatever's going on with CCNRs and all that kind of stuff, right? To me, I appreciate you coming here today, and I appreciate you wanting to exercise your private property rights, and I want to support that. And so, just like the deputy mayor said, I fully support bringing you into the city. You've checked all the boxes. Okay. You've performed all the necessary steps. And so, you know, I look at it as we're going to welcome you into the city. And so that's all I have to say, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, sir. Mr. McCoy, sir.
Yeah, Sam, I just had a quick question. R7, R10 apartments allowed, what is the just kind of general overview of that? If you could remind me.
Yeah, apartments are allowed in the R10. They are, I need to look that up online. I'm pretty sure they're not authorized in the R7.
Yeah. It's duplexes. and-
So Mr. Hanson's property that we're speaking of, as currently written, would not be allowed to have apartments on.
Correct.
With that, Mr. Mayor, I'd like to make a motion that we annex in only Mr. Hanson's property.
Second.
Okay. But I'm going to get my chance. Thank you. Thank you for letting me do that. Mr. Cortez and Mr. Rozier, in my estimation, are right as well, because for the years that we've been here, Mr. Hanson, Mr. Bowman, and Mr. Cortez have been here for 10. If one wants to surrender, if you will, to come into the city, we've always welcomed them with open arms. And so I, and in the past, the city has appreciated private property rights. Certainly, I'm concerned about it on my property, and we should be concerned about it on your property. So as far as I can see, sir, you have met all the requirements to come into the city. And Sam, barring anything else, there's nothing else barring him from coming into the city. He's met all the requirements per the RCW.
Per this section of the process, he'll just return with his 60% annexation. We'll have a public hearing, which will give further opportunity for neighbors to testify. And then after that, the city council makes a final
But
decision.
he owns 100% of the property.
That's correct.
Yeah, so it shouldn't be too hard to get 60 out of 100, right? That's just me. But I don't see any issue with it either, as far as we go, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, sir. And Mr. Bowman, you have, and then I'm going to take everyone else off. If you want to come back on, you'll have to plug back in.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Yes, sir.
Sam, on the project that's going in the north of Northwest 18th Street with the road project that we going through that basically comes in up at about 239th, correct? So is there a road moving east to west around 239th that would get to the backside of the lot just under Mr. Hanson's there to the south?
Yeah, so 239th comes all the way to the east. So if you have like a half line between 20th and 503,
Yeah.
239th will stop there with what Bill's doing.
Okay, so there's potential though for as this is a private road, there's potential for that road to be city going to the west. So they could access that road to the west, correct?
Correct, yeah. Ultimately, as the transportation plan calls for 239th to go all the way to 503. So you would have connection either to 20th or ultimately 503.
And the road, the parking lot of the church has the barricades there for future road going to the north.
Yeah, so that road will continue north and tie into 239th.
Okay, all right, thank you.
There's been a motion and a second. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, let's call for a vote on that, Ms. Gammer, if we will, on the motion to approve the notice of intent as presented. Yes, ma'am, please.
No.
Yes.
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 No.
Mr. Hanson, we'll wait on the further paperwork from you and we'll see you. I would assume sometime maybe the end of May, maybe June, and we'll square this up.
Okay.
Thank you for coming, sir. It was a pleasure to have you.
Thank you.
Moving on, going to the emergency declaration, Ms. Erdman.
Thank you, Mayor Johnson. In front of you is, I'm gonna get the number, resolution number 22-02. This is basically to repeal our emergency declaration that was put into place in 2020 for COVID-19. Really, there's really no need for any of these regulations or emergency guidelines to be in place anymore. The legislature updated the OPMA guidance, which allows for everything that we're doing virtually, which was also built into our emergency declaration. And that was pretty much the only outstanding item that we had left in here. So if council doesn't feel like this is needed anymore, you're free to adopt this resolution as presented, and we'll take that authority away.
Any discussion? Mr. Bowman.
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to move to adopt resolution 22-02 to repeal the emergency declaration as presented.
Thank you.
Second.
Thank you both. Any other discussion? Hearing none, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, moving on. Street naming policy, we're back with you, Ms. Erdman.
Yes, thank you again. So this came about back when we had a proposal to name a street for a subdivision that did not have a direct east-west, north-south connection. So we realized that the resolution was passed back in April 6th of 2009 and hasn't really been looked at since. At the last meeting, council discussed taking away the historical names resolution and just putting together criteria so that if this comes forward in the future, there's criteria that a developer would use to then present some options for council to decide on. So in front of you is the resolution with an attachment. So get to the right page here. There's resolution number 2020-22-03. This basically repeals the historical names resolution that is in existence and then updates the older street naming policy. The street naming policy is pretty much the same, but based off of the discussion that we had at the last council meeting, number 3 was updated. Streets should generally be named after historic people, places, events, and things related to the city and citizens of Battleground. Proposed historic names should meet one of the following criteria. A, to honor and commemorate noteworthy historic persons associated with the city of Battleground or the state of Washington. And for the purposes of this policy, a historic person shall be a person that has been established in the community or made an impact on the community 30 or more years ago. To commemorate local history, places, events, or culture, to strengthen neighborhood identity, or to recognize native wildlife, flora, fauna, or native features related to the community and the city of Battleground. So basically, that was the main change, was just adding the 30 years or more to the existing criteria. So if there's any questions, I'd be happy to take those.
Any questions for Ms. Erdman? Seeing none, is there a motion?
Yeah,
Oh, go ahead.
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to move council to adopt resolution 2203 to street naming policy.
Second.
Thank you, gentlemen. Any discussion from there? Mr. Roy, is there?
No, that's what it was.
That's okay.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, no worries. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none.
Thank you.
That was easy. Moving on to ordinance number 2022
03.
Is there a difference between 2203 and 2022-03? That's exactly right. That's the difference. It's reading is the difference. Reading is the difference. Corporate boundary adjustment. Mr. Herzig.
So we talked about this at the March 7th meeting, so I don't have a ton to add. Mayor Johnson, I did go to each of the streets to take a look. So on 120th Avenue, which is the one on the west side of 503, that's probably in need of slurry or cape seal. There was some cracking. Half of that will get taken care of as development happens because they'll have to replace the whole thing, but the other side could use that. 122nd Avenue, which is on the right side of 503, that looked like it had a recent chip seal, so that was actually in really good shape. And again, half of the street will get built with frontage improvements, so it will go above and beyond what it is, but it looked like it was in good shape. 239th, the only issue I saw is where the two roads come to, essentially the two halves come together, the seam is starting to separate. That quite honestly is probably our problem anyway, even without doing this. So need to do something there, but other than that, they were in decent shape.
Any other questions? Take you off this recorder. There we go. Yes, ma'am.
I guess this is probably a dumb question. So can you explain the basics of what it is we're doing? We're just taking over ownership of some of Clark County's roads?
So yeah, when we annex now, we take over the right of way that abuts an annexation. Back when these annexations occurred, for whatever reason, we didn't. So we've got the one on the south side where essentially the two right of ways, even though the property is in the city limits, the right of way is not. And then the one on the north side by Daybreak School, we annexed to the center line of the road essentially. And so what this will do is it'll essentially follow our current policy is when we annex at least half of it, we annex the whole right of way as part of the annexation.
So this doesn't have anything to do with the RV property and stuff, right? We're just taking.
Now, they would develop out under our regulations regardless. It's just a matter, is it with county standards for the road or the city standards for the road? And it's a lot simpler since they're developing under the city standards for everything else to also match with the road. But either way, it wouldn't change anything.
So it's just unrelated is what I'm getting at. The public comment earlier about.
Yeah, if the RV is allowed under that zoning, this
We're
doesn't
just
change
taking
anything.
ownership of the road,
Correct.
nothing to do with anything else.
No,
We're
because
gonna
we
be
already,
responsible for the road.
that property is already in the city limits, so it would still develop under the city's rules.
Okay, thank you for clarifying.
Anyone else? Is there a motion?
So moved. Second.
Thank you. Any other discussion? All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Oh, it's an ordinance. Yeah. Curses. Yes, ma'am.
Ordinance number 2022-03, an ordinance of the city council of the city of Battle Ground, Clark County, Washington, revising the corporate boundary to include additional right of way from Clark County as provided for in RCW 35A21-10. Call roll.
Yes, let's do that.
Yes.
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 Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
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 Thank you. Moving on to administrative reports.
So we added
Oh,
the
golly. It ain't my
deputy
day.
city manager, city attorney for discussion.
I
This
got
would be
up
the
too early
placeholder.
this morning again. That's right. Sorry about that.
No.
It's yours.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So council, one of the things that I've been looking at, and I talked to Mr. Erdman about it, and I wanted to basically just give you guys a little bit of insight, and then maybe we can get a little bit more information and bring it back at either the first meeting in May and we may be able to talk about some of this at our retreat. But I just have a concern with the dual role of a city attorney, because the city attorney represents the city attorney also represents city council. And when we have an attorney's job is to give opinions, a deputy city manager's job and a city manager's job is to implement policy. Those are two distinct roles that are different than each other. And so what I wanted to do is just reach out to council, see if we can bring this back to a future meeting and discuss the possibility of adding a position for the deputy city manager outside of the city attorney. And the reason I asked to do it now is they're already accepting applications, and to for us to maybe pause that process just a little bit and see where, see if we want to go that direction, because we will be dealing directly with somebody that is now, we're in a conflict there because they work for the city. And so, but they also work for us, where it's different with the attorney working for the city and working for us. They report to us, and the deputy city manager should not. And so I just wanted to get your guys' input, see if we can bring it back, if there's any questions, and then just take a look at that and maybe move that in a different direction.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm trigger happy tonight. I'd be interested in looking at it further. You bring up some good points about the, one being our employee and one being the city's employee. So it is a good point. So yeah, I would be interested in looking in more options.
Just to clarify too, technically the city attorney is not an employee of the council. Only I am an employee of the council.
Right.
They represent the city as a whole, meaning they represent you in decisions you make for the city, not separately as the body, just to clarify.
But they can.
If it is involved with city business, yeah.
Yeah, they can represent. It's in our form of government. It is, according to the RCWs, we have the ability to have a city attorney. That city attorney, the city has the ability to have a city attorney. The council has the ability to have an attorney.
Have an attorney.
And it's not a city attorney, an attorney. And if that is one in the same, if they're employed by the city, their role has to change when we want them as an attorney. They now represent council as an attorney.
So that, and Mr. Mumford is on here as well, that may be able to further clarify, but in that case, you would hire your own outside attorney to represent you on a different matter opposite of the city. So the way I read the RCW is you have the authority to designate that if it is a contract, but if it is an FTE in the budget, then that is not at the will of council.
But this is where I want this is why we need to have the clarification, because like I've always said, you put two attorneys in a room, you're going to get three opinions. And so some attorneys have told us one way, some have told us another, then you have the RCWs. And so figuring that out, I think, is important for us.
Yes, ma'am.
I am also interested in discussing this further. And I would like to also take a look at maybe having the deputy mayor position be a part-time to full-time position, rather than just
The deputy mayor, or the
deputy city manager, sorry.
We knew what you meant, but we would have gotten to it.
So yeah, that's looking at different options when it comes to that, because a full salary for a deputy city manager and also an attorney, I would like to see the numbers, I guess, maybe on what that would look like for both a half-time and a full-time position. Thanks.
Yes, ma'am. Mr. Cortez.
Thank you. Mr. Bowman does bring up some interesting points that I think we should at least have a conversation about. What we had with Christine, she was extraordinary, absolutely extraordinary. And I just, now that I think about it more often, I'm just hard pressed to see that somebody could be effective at handling both, being a city manager or a deputy city manager and a city attorney. Because there's not very many Christines. And so I am interested just hearing more. I'm not saying I want to go in that direction, but I am interested in hearing some more. So thank you, Mr.
Yes, sir. Anyone else?
And just to clarify too, on that point, if I may.
Yes, ma'am.
That's why we did separate out the city attorney and the prosecuting attorney. So those, we realized that nobody could come in and do all three of those roles, let alone even the two of those roles. So we do have the FTE set aside for the deputy city manager / city attorney, and then there will be a separate prosecuting attorney. So we are separating out that criminal civil side of things because the workload was just too much.
Is the prosecuting attorney supposed to be full-time?
Yes. They would be a prosecuting attorney / deputy city attorney, so they'd be 80% criminal, and then they would back up the city attorney on other issues when needed. And then the city attorney would be mostly the functioning city attorney and do the deputy role. So we would have two bodies doing those three positions.
And I appreciate that. I think where
Yeah.
I'm coming from is, for example, Aaron, if you went out to go get your law license and you got it, it doesn't necessarily mean you're going to be a fantastic attorney.
Yeah.
You're a fantastic city manager because you're a fantastic city manager. And so I'm having some hard times wrapping my head around whether we can have an effective person that can effectively do both. Not just licensed in both or can qualify for both, but effectively can do both. So
I wanted to just add one more thing if possible.
Please.
The other consideration is that if we do break these positions up a little bit more, it may be easier to fill the positions. Because we may have somebody who is only wants to be an attorney, and there we go, we have that person for that position. Or we have someone who, is better at multitasking and doing some of the other things. So yeah, I think that's good. As far as if we do end up breaking them up, that we may actually see a little more traction on getting applicants to fill some of these positions. So
Maybe we'll go back to what you asked for anyways, after we do all our research. Just talk about it more.
Yeah,
So
and
not to discourage you.
no, I get it. I just, we went down this path because we didn't want to have to ask for an additional FTE because we do have capacity issues throughout every department in the city. And it doesn't look good when we come to ask for an FTE at the top when everyone else is at capacity and struggling. So that was a lot of the thought process behind this decision.
Not a total no. Just saying.
I agree.
Yeah, I mean,
That's a
now
great
it's
way to
just
put it. Yeah.
things being brought up. I'd just like to get a little more clarification, talk about it more. at another meeting.
So council, just from, and if you guys would, I would like to bring this back at the council retreat, which is May 7th, correct?
7th.
May 7th, and then bring it back to a council meeting on the second meeting in May, if that's okay.
Have we received that
16th.
that as an official date? I mean, in our calendars, May 7th for the council retreat?
Everyone is available. So that will be the date for the council retreat. The only thing I'm assuming we'll have to put, we had the application open for the deputy city manager, city attorney. The first review was supposed to happen this Friday. So I guess we put that on hold because if we do change that, we are going to have to start those recruitment processes all over again. I will let you know that we are racking up legal bills right and left. So we were trying to get this done sooner than later. So Mr. Mumford is on as well. If you would like him to provide any insight in this as well, he's available to do so. I'll leave that up to council.
Mr. McCoy.
Is there any benefit in decoupling the titles now and going forward with your interviews for a city attorney?
We would have to open it. I'm guessing open it up for a new recruitment because we advertised it as both. So to be fair, we would need to restart the recruitment.
So Ms. Erdman, for you, do you want direction from council to pause the application process tonight?
Well, if you're going to bring this back, then we would pause it and hold on. I will have HR reach out to the applicants and let them know that we're putting this recruitment on pause.
Because that's what I would like, is it just a pause until we talk about it, get through it, and figure out what direction we think it should go, and then and if we could talk about that, because if we authorize a position for a deputy city manager, we would have to do that as a omnibus, and that would have to be done in this meeting anyway. So that would give us time to talk about it at the retreat, kind of go through it. What does that look like? And then bring it back for The 16th meeting, is that what you said?
May 16th is the
May
second
16th.
meeting in May. June 7th is the first meeting in June. Which one do you prefer?
I would rather us
Sooner rather than
later. Yeah.
So the 16th of May. So not to put words in your mouth, but what Mr. Bowman's asking for is that this be put on pause until the meeting of 16 May. Does anyone have any objection to that? Hearing none. So we will be discussing this on the 16th of May as a regular business item.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Yes, sir. Also on May 7th as well, on that Saturday. Now I think we can make it to administrative reports. And we're back to you, sir.
So we have crime stats and enforcement from Chief Fort.
Council, once again, it's my pleasure to be here today, and I am always happy to share what's happening at the PD. It was we normally do this once a year. It was a request that we do a little more current updates. So we're doing, this is the first quarter information that you'll see, and kind of as we proceed along, one of the reasons is to update you, not the least of which is crime stats and the trends, what we're seeing, but also what we've accomplished since January, the first quarter, and what we hope to do the next quarter. So in the staffing world, what we have accomplished is we've hired 2 officers since January. The one you just met tonight, Daniel Ortiz, we hired him last week, and then January 10th, we hired Max Everett, who we also met. Max Everett is now off of his field training. He's on his own as of last week. So he is out patrolling solo, which is great. That is the significant advantage of having a lateral officer. They get them out on their own much faster than you would otherwise. For a long time, we've also been trying to hire that second person that was vacated last year at the front office. We hired Kayla Whitmire. You met her last night as well. During this quarter, we also lost one of our sergeants who resigned and went to another agency in the east part of the state. We've got interviews. Tamara Gunter is continually setting up interviews for us. We have them scheduled regularly once a month, more if we need them. This month, we actually have two separate interview times. Next week, we're interviewing 2 academy graduates who already, one of us completed the academy in Washington State, another one in Oregon State. The Oregon one, if they are successful, they would have to do our equivalency academy. The Washington candidate, well, obviously not. So that both of those are also are very desirable, assuming they make it through the whole process. Yes, sir.
On the Washington State one, is this someone that was a graduate and got out of law enforcement for a year, or is
No,
this someone that's
still
working for another agency?
Yes, working for another agency. They just have less than 2 years.
Yeah,
in the job,
okay.
So they're not considered a lateral.
Okay,
Yet.
that's what I was wondering, because I'm like, how did they go to the academy if they weren't with an agency?
Yeah,
Okay,
no, they are.
Perfect, thank you.
They still are. Then we also have entry level. We have quite a few entry level applicants that are applying. So we have those set up for interviews the following week. We have right now 2 vacancies that we're trying to fill. So we're forging fast ahead to get those hires. I am optimistic based on our applicant pool that we're seeing starting to come in. The other thing that we've just accomplished, and this is no small thanks to you all and your encouragement in getting our new pistols, so our new firearms, handguns for our officers. We got those in toward the end of last year. We just, in the last 2 weeks, got the transition everybody to their optics, their red dot optics. They're basically a sighting mechanism on the handgun that's easy to see this illuminated red dot to put it on target. All of our officers, I think, except 2 that could make the training transition to that. Those are significant in that they they all spent one solid day training with those. And everyone qualified, their cases scores went way up. That it's a very good tool. And it is the coming trend, I think, in law enforcement. And we've seen that. We sent one of our instructors back to that training more than a year ago. Ultimately, we sent 2 others to that same training. That instructor cadre then presented to our officers and got everyone transitioned to that. It is a significant improvement. And handgun proficiency. We've got.
Does that improve safety too, like being able to see the red dot? Because the tasers don't have red dots, right? So like
They do actually.
They do?
Yep. Yeah.
Darn
There's
it.
2. Have you ever seen 2 little red dots on you?
Okay, well, I'm
Bad
just wondering if that
bad
was like
news.
It's gonna hurt.
an extra safety measure to know like the red light, you have your firearm, but
One dot. It's a good question. It's different than the taser. It doesn't have a laser light that would shine on the person. It is simply it's not a magnified scope. If you know what maybe a rifle scope is like, it's not magnified, but it's like that. And there's just an illuminated. It's just a illuminated dot that you see.
okay, only in the weapons. no.
Yeah, yes,
Okay.
yes. It's not like a laser light.
Okay. My visuals are, okay.
No,
Thank you
that's
for
all right. We do have promotional testing coming up. We've talked about that and kind of over the year. We spent quite a lot of time preparing for that. At the end of this month, the 27th, we have lieutenant's test and the 28th sergeant's test. And pretty big group actually that are testing for the sergeant's test. So the couple things here as we dig into this a little bit is and the things that I highlighted. These are the crime stats that as up to right now or yesterday. And there's a couple of things that I highlighted that are significant, some good, some bad. So we have auto theft is spiking pretty much everywhere in the state. In fact, it's up 88% year to date, and then 93% statewide. Auto thefts are up after last July 25th when all the new laws changed and that restricted some police action that were able to actually catch people. So vehicles are being stolen more, and people are getting prosecuted less. So there's and the other thing that it may have to do with the economy, and someone mentioned that earlier today on council about inflation is up and all that. Maybe that potentially is why our shoplifting is way up as well. So shoplifting obviously affects businesses, affects their prices, and they raise. So it's not sometimes people think of it as not as a victimless crime, but it's certainly not. Shoplifting is up. How to address that, I don't know yet. We're wrangling with that, but I feel and truly a 3-month snapshot is not a trend per se. So I don't know what the rest of the year will bear out, but it is concerning enough that I wanted to highlight that and show you that. On the other side of that, on the right side of your screen there, that impounded vehicles is way up. The percentage is skewed because the numbers are relatively low. So that 450% is a big number, but and really year to date over last year, 11 versus 2 is pretty significant. That's a lot. And a lot of that has to do with the renewed emphasis and beautification and parking enforcement with the sense, and I'll show you some more slides about that in a minute, but abandoned vehicles that are an eyesore nuisance type of thing that are been sitting obviously for a long time. Also, they're doing are impounding those. So, and we, after numerous attempts of trying to contact owners and knocking on doors and putting over quite a lot of warnings and over some time to get impounded. So we're still compassionate enforcers. We're enforcing, but we're still taking every step we can to try to get the people to comply with especially those nuisance vehicles that are leaking, leaking fluids and parts hanging off of them. That has been our focus. The court filings are blanked out only because we don't have the last filings we got. Our last report we got from the court was in February, and it was The court filings at that time were down 17%. That 100% down that you see, I think is just because there's no numbers in the current month in 2022. So I wouldn't take any notice of that. But it was down 17% of the last number that we had. So our court filings are down still. Of significance. Does anyone see any other
There was-
things on here? Because inevitably, somebody want me to go back and look at the slide in a minute. You see a couple of things that.
Yeah, it looks like the CPS referrals were cut in half. Which is,
CPS referrals?
Mhm. Yeah, from 2021 to 2022. So that's nice.
That's good, yes.
And then traffic stops. Year to date, 655. Last year, we had 786.
I'll have another slide in just a moment to talk about the increases over.
That's the whole year, right?
No, that's year to date.
It's year to date. It's year to date.
To this
Wow.
day.
So from.
Never mind.
Chief, do you think with like the shoplifting one up, being up 163%, like
Yeah.
I've been in Oregon quite a bit lately, and I think what's being put out there is, and it's been put out in Washington too, with some of the stuff that's went on in the state is, if it's under $500, we're not coming out, right? And so that's what people think, that whether we go out or not, right? And so I actually witnessed a guy walk right into Dick's Sporting Goods, had handfuls of clothes, walk right out the front door because he knows the cops aren't coming, and he knows they can't chase him. They can't do anything to him. The store can't do anything to him, right? And in one instance that I saw, they actually asked him, "Hey, would you like to come pay for that?" No, and walked right out of the store. So do you think that that's what's going on? Is it that we're seeing this up because people are just like, they're not going to do anything to us, whether it's police or courts throwing it out or whatever it may be. And so they just walk into a store and tell security, "I'm not paying for it. See you later."
I think there's a little bit of that. I think there's a little bit of rolling the dice. I mean, I think people realize that even if they do get caught and that there is relatively small consequence. So I think people roll the dice. And as I mentioned a minute ago, I'm not a psychologist. I don't pretend to be, but I realize that crimes are hard for a lot of people, and people sometimes do desperate things. And I'm not condoning that at all, but I'm just saying that sometimes I think there may be some of that. I think it's coupled with some of the narrative that you may hear in the media. I haven't heard any local businesses in Battleground saying that we have this dollar and we're not going to call the police. They may.
Yeah.
But I haven't heard that, and nor in our direction, and our police officers are not going. If we get that call, we are still going, and we're not asking. There may be some other agencies, not only in this state, but in Oregon too, that have that direction to where they're not going to respond to something, under whatever. We don't have that in Battleground. We're still providing the service when they call, but I don't know if
I just wonder if there's a way for us to, like, whether we put that out on social media and say, "Hey, look, yes, we will respond to," because so many people, like literally Dick's Sporting Goods at Jansen Beach, they told me last week, they lose $3,000 a day to theft. Literally, because they just walk in and grab it because there's nothing they can do. And like Fred Meyers has a no chase policy. Like, you're not going to detain somebody if you get to the parking lot, we're done, And so if we put something out there like, "Hey, Battleground Police responded, shoplifting's up 163%. We will respond to shoplifting calls. We will arrest people for shoplifting." And maybe that just puts it out there because in general, people think that it's not happening anymore.
So they're not going to call.
They're not going to call. And so they just go.
Yeah.
Or maybe there's some confusion at the recent Clark County $750 rules.
Yeah.
Battlegrounds in Clark County.
I think you're onto something about messaging. We can look into that and how we can message that. I think that it is important that people realize, at least in Battleground, the police are coming to calls, and the citizens need to know that they can call if they will come to them. So we don't have this arbitrary number. We just don't. That we won't respond to. We'll go to all of them. So messaging that, the other, so we also have had success with all kinds of other things I'll talk about in a minute, that when we provide some sort of emphasis, some sort of intentional enforcement about something, a lot of things reduce. you'll see it's this, it'll show it better in another slide in a minute, but between, in March, we had 106 or something traffic stops, and in April, 245. That's a result of an emphasis that we did with Target Zero. Also, our own dollars that we talked about at a council meeting or so ago. Those are intentional emphasis due to traffic stuff. Well, consequently, our traffic crashes went down too by about 50%. So we had about 56% more traffic stops, and our crashes went down about 50%. Coincidence? I don't know. I think there's a lot of value. So our and I don't want to make too much out of this, but our residential, our commercial burglaries also went down to some percentage. I don't remember now. But it went down some percentage from the previous month because
You see lights?
possibly because of the visibility that's created by having emphasis in police cars that are actually designed and destined to be out in the public. So there is a lot of value that you get with marked vehicle enforcement, including things like shoplifting deterrent. So I guess what I would say is that there is this emphasis money that we are using. It's not just going to be for traffic. It is planned for the year. I'll talk about that at the very end. It's planned for all kinds of things. It can be for investigations, for shoplifting, for the Christmas holiday car break-in season and all that. So that's kind of the highlights. Anything else jumping out at council you'd like to answer? This one. Let's talk just a little bit about parking enforcement. So we've been, to some degree, we're transitioning now a new administrative assistant to grasp how to track these better, these online complaints that come in. But over this about a little less than 30-day time frame, up to today, we had 33 complaints that came in online, and those are, you can see 22 parking complaints, 4 traffic complaints, and 7 other things. But so we recognize, and I'll show you the data for our parking enforcement efforts in a minute, and also our traffic enforcement. And what you'll see is you will see, although this looks like on paper that we should be focusing a whole lot more on parking, what I believe is that the things that the collisions, the things that hurt people are the traffic stuff. So we have been putting a lot more effort, at least initially, on traffic enforcement. Again, I think the fruit bears out with the reduction in traffic collisions, with the reduction potentially in those other crimes like commercial burglaries and things like that. A question that also arose that I want to be able to answer regularly for you all is what's our ratio for tickets and warnings? That comes to you, that comes to me all the time as well. And it typically is it's a pretty small percentage of citations issued. And there's a couple of reasons for that. One is that I truly believe that our mission is to change driving behavior, whether that requires a ticket or requires a conversation on the side of the road. I believe that, and it's hard for me to say that as a traffic cop that wrote a lot of tickets in my life. I realize that people learn differently, motorists learn differently. Not everybody needs a ticket. They really don't. And again, and so you see the big difference between March and April. In April's only basically half done. We still have another 2 weeks. They did not, and you in a specific emphasis, you'll see more of that 50-50 ratio because that's what their job is that day. Otherwise, the other dates you see are typically for patrol. The January anomaly, I'm not quite sure if that might have been an emphasis as well. I did not dig into that. But the other February, March are pretty normal. That's a pretty normal time. You can see, and I did not.
So it looks
But
like
yeah.
it looks like the adage that people say that the police are just trying to write tickets to gain money. From looking at this, it looks like we only issue in 37% of the cases do we issue a citation versus
Overall, you're absolutely right. I would say I did break it out that on those non-emphasis months, it's about 19% go to citations. On the emphasis months, it's more like 70. Looks like 78% is what might happen. So there is a difference. if that is a specific assignment to do, and the locations that we're choosing are based on the online complaints. They're based on, we had testimony in council a few meetings ago from a lady on Rasmussen. We hit that. So we're out there working the complaints that people are calling about, they're asking about, that where we see crashes happening and things like that. We did do an emphasis with Target Zero, as you all know, for distracted driving. We participated in that, along with an officer from another agency. So we're rounding out that ability or that service to people. And and so far, again, we have more months to go, and we plan to do a lot more. This is kind of the description of what happened during the emphasis so far. And this the first one is the Target Zero one, and that was primarily a high visibility enforcement, meaning multiple officers in one general place to have a lot of lights and a lot of to do, and that is what officers did there, mostly at Maine and 503. I think we moved down to Scott and 503. They moved down to Northwest 15th and Maine. There's a couple places where they could be to observe distracted driving. And they had quite a lot of stops during that time. Again, it's an emphasis that is specifically that is their job for the day. So there's about 50-50 tickets in the morning. The April traffic emphasis I've been kind of talking about a little bit. We have 1 to 2 officers that are designated to do that work for 6 hours or so at a time, and they have specific places that they're working, and those get mixed up a little bit, so they're not always going to be. But we did work on the North and South Parkway off of Maine. That's been a big complaint area. We worked Rasmussen over there by going into Grace over there as well. Southwest 20th, Maine out to 11th. We worked that, and there's more to come, and there's different ones to come. And we'll hit the same ones again. So it's they intended to be a random but intentional, if that makes sense. So they have a list of 5 or 6 locations that we've selected based on all the criteria that said earlier, and we'll continue to work. And I don't want it to be all about traffic enforcement. I wish I still am trying to get to the place, and maybe when we hire these, we get all our bodies here, and we can designate somebody that's all they do is traffic and parking and that kind of thing. Right now, we're able to intentionally use the money that we have in order to have these officers do this kind of emphasis work. Our school resource officers are also participating as well. I was going to mention that in the school zones in the mornings and in the afternoon, the schools coming and going. They are also setting up emphasis that are involving the patrol officers as well. So we're getting a whole lot of momentum about that. We're getting a lot more stops, a lot more visibility, a lot more lights. But as Cortez said, it's not. I mean, we want people to slow down and obey the laws. But we also realize that there's multiple ways to educate people and inform them that it's not just about a bunch of tickets, but it is, but it may be. So yes, ma'am.
I just want to say for the record that Shane and we learn better with warnings. I mean, just throwing it out there.
Be nice if you tell State Patrol that.
Yeah.
Well, as they say, a trooper's got a troop.
Yeah, exactly.
But talk just a minute about parking enforcement. This is up from the first of the year till just today or yesterday. What you see significant is our impact, and what we had in the past written a whole lot of tickets for parking. They're $25 tickets that a lot of people don't pay, and it's not a huge incentive, honestly. But getting the problem corrected is the goal. So rather than putting a bunch of tickets on people, we're doing what we can. We're spending time with people to get the cars moved. Our impounds are way up from 11.
Citation.
Pardon?
How do you do an impound without a citation?
Warning, they got to move. They can't be there. So our citation is not required in order to impound the vehicle. The city code requires them. Well, actually, our so does RCW. If they're expired or have no registration, they can't go on the street more than any. So but again, we're primarily focusing on those nuisance, those cars that are obviously been there for months or years that are an eyesore to everybody. We're not just going out and searching for every single car like that that's otherwise parked the wrong way. We may put a warning on those cars, or we may knock on doors and tell them, turn your car around, face the other way. But we're trying to correct this eyesore issue, abandoned. That's the big difference. Again, 11 versus 2 at the same time last year for impound. That's a big deal. So we're been more successful in that. For the next quarter, our goal is to hire 2 more officers. We're going to have promotions, hopefully a sergeant and a lieutenant. We have a little bit more. We may need to get 1 more person off of their field training and working solo before I can promote a lieutenant. I don't know yet, but I am committed to keeping at least the patrol staff where they need to be. But I see these in the next 3 months probably happening. You'll see when we get that new lieutenant starting to build out a more outward facing community services type team. And we've talked about that before. It's slow. It's just slow rolling all the things that we want to accomplish, but we are moving that way. Our emphasis will still continue that for the summer, especially. It's still going to focus probably a lot more around traffic stuff. But we're going to also we're not going to just do speed. You can expect to see us do crosswalk enforcement, doing other traffic signals. That I mean, there's no shortage of people running through red lights. It seems like way cold. I don't mean just barely running. I mean like the 3rd or 4th car after it turned way red. That's the kind of thing that we're looking for. Click it or ticket is coming up. Target Zero effort is coming up the first part of May, I think, as well. So the summertime, people moving around, that's going to be our focus. But as I mentioned, some of that may we may be doing more on things like that, shoplifting or things that we can get better. That we may be able to make an impact even by being visible. So I
Chief, who's doing the Target Zero stuff? Do we have a lot of say in where that's done?
We have a little say, not a lot. I wouldn't say a lot. We have exactly 1/6 of the say, basically, with our.
Who's in charge of that? I know Tim was at one time. Who's running that now? Sergeant Knuth is?
Yes. Yeah. Well, he's not the LEL, but he is the representative for Battleground to the Region 6 Target Zero. So each of the agencies that participate have a representative, and Sergeant Knuth is ours. So yeah, he has a say, and they do 2, maybe 3 emphasis in Battleground, which is helpful because it's a collective from other agencies too. And we likewise help them.
I was just thinking, we did, I forget what year it was. We had Target Zero out here on the cruise night of Harvest Days. And that was a really good thing for us and for Target Zero. And, I don't know if that's something that we could request or ask if they could do something like that, if they'd be interested in doing something like that. But I thought that was a very good thing for the community that night.
That was very. I was here then, and I remember that, and it was very helpful picking up the DUIs.
Yes,
especially if we're on the periphery.
Yeah.
So we will continue. We will continue to make that ask. And you're right. We need to enhance our ability to provide service as much as we can, especially on those kind of nights when we have a lot of people here that need our.
Yeah.
So, I think that's all I have. Council, unless there's anything else.
Thank you for the report.
Back in November when we started this, October, whenever it was, I believe we asked the city to publish those on some site so that it can be seen, so that we don't, again, everyone thinks we live in South Chicago, not to disparage the South Chicagoans. And then Chief, very quickly, secondary weapon became what? When the new weapons came, the old city weapon became one secondary weapon?
No, they were traded in, sold back to the company we bought it from. Sold back to the people that.
So the old weapons got traded in. Okay. Is there an armor in the force?
Yes, we have
So there is someone who looks at someone's weapon regularly to make sure that it's being maintained properly.
Yes.
That's my question.
Yes.
There is, okay. The new cars, how many of them have come online? One, how many are still waiting?
3.
And they are in Wilsonville getting outfitted?
No, there is two of them in Oklahoma, and one of them still not accounted for yet. There's it's difficult finding cars.
Yeah.
How do you have stolen cop cars? Never mind. Mailbox thefts, mine's been broken into now twice in the month. Around my neighborhood, as I've gone around and speak to other people, it's the game box, very easily to break into. The postal lady is a jerk, and so they don't want to do anything. Their thing is that people have been stealing mail since Ben Franklin founded the place. Dealer plates on cars, not Washington plates. I'm talking about Johnson Motors. Is that legal to cruise around with a Johnson Motors plate around the city, around the state for that matter?
I think there are limitations.
There is not a temporary Washington plate on. So as an example, on Scotton, somebody's running a car outfit. It doesn't take long to cruise through there. You see 4 or 5 cars on the right-hand side by the fields with S&W plates. How does one have a car on a city street without some sort of Washington registration on it?
Well, they can be a dealer. They can have a dealer plate. It can be there just fine. The issue is how many, well, not how many, but if they're.
Do we have car dealers in this city?
They don't have.
You can run out of your house?
I don't know. As far as I know, they don't have to be in the city. They could work for Vancouver Toyota or somebody.
No, I understand that. But I'm just asking, there are other cars in my neighborhood that have Koenig plates on them. Koenig, I believe, is out of Portland, and he must be a very nice guy because this guy's been driving a Raptor now for 4 months with a Koenig plate.
Are you, when you say dealer plate, do you mean just the
Johnson
sign on the
Motors.
back that says Johnson? It's not like a dealer. Like
It ain't a Washington plate. It's Johnson Motors.
No license plate at all.
No license, no temporary, no
You
nothing.
have to have a license of some kind.
That's what I thought. So we have a few of those. Mark mentioned, he mentioned pedestrian enforcement. The other day, there were 2, one brand new Ranger and one old 250 that pushed me back off the crosswalk. We might remind our folks that if you're in the sidewalk, you need to stop.
They may have known who you were. Let's be honest.
There's a chance of that.
There's a chance they knew who you
There's a chance of
were.
that. And then for us, you can go out to YouTube. I watch Court every Thursday. Court is out there. You can watch it on YouTube, the old ones. It is very interesting. The shoplifting charges are getting charged. They're getting trespassed out of the stores. And if they meet, what's it called, Kate, Blazina. If they meet Blazina, which is if you don't have the money to pay the ticket, you don't get the ticket. But if they do meet that, then they're walking out of there with fines.
Good.
So it's every Thursday, 8 to roughly 4:30. Very interesting. You can see where our money is going. And then I'll stop with this. About 2 weeks ago, I sat in court last Thursday for 3 or 4 hours. And then I talked with the ladies back here in the courts. I believe they are doing, for the lack of a better word, God's work. I believe they're watching our money, and I believe they're actually doing the things that we have told them over the years that we'd like for them to do. So I'm as pleased with them as we could possibly be, because they are truly, I believe, doing our work. Yes, ma'am. Please.
I forgot what I was going to say. No. Besides that, Philip leads a really exciting life.
I'll be retired.
Yes. There might be other people that want to watch Court. Is there any way we could post that on our Facebook?
Court TV.
It streams live and it is on our YouTube channel, so you can go in and watch any day
But
you would
do
like.
people get reminders on Thursday that Court's happening?
If you subscribe to it.
Okay.
Yeah.
If you
Good.
subscribe, you do.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okie dokie. Thank you, Chief. And again, you did exactly what you told us you would do in February and March. And congratulations to you and your folks. You've done exactly what you told us you would do. Council communications, are there any? Hearing none. Mr. Cortez.
I'll be brief.
Oh, please.
Some of you may know that I've had a family situation for the past probably 6 months now. And just recently, my sister was recovered and recovered in fairly good health. She was about 15 pounds light and had bruising to one knee. But other than that, she's pretty healthy. I tell you what, I have seen law enforcement in such a different light. And I have to thank law enforcement from our BGPD chief to Clark County sheriffs, to Clark County prosecutors, to the Seattle, Vancouver FBI, to the Idaho sheriff. It was just an amazing and emotionally overwhelming situation. And I'm just deeply grateful to all of our law enforcement for everything that they did. So thank you so much, Chief.
When you need a cop, you need a cop. And when you got a ticket, you don't need the cop. Okay, moving on. We're moving into executive session pursuant to RCW 42.30.110, parentheses 1, parentheses I. City Council of the City of Battle Ground will enter an executive session to discuss with legal counsel representing the agency matters relating to agency enforcement actions, or to discuss with legal counsel representing the agency litigation or potential litigation to which the agency, the governing body, or a member acting in an official capacity is or likely to become a party when public knowledge regarding the discussion is likely to result in an adverse legal or financial consequence to the agency for approximately 40 minutes with potential action to follow. The time is 21:13. We'll start at 21:18, 5 minutes to take a moment if you need to take a moment. And we'll see you in
How long's the executive?
40 minutes.
I was gonna ask you earlier, but I was like, bring up something maybe for long enough for
The RV, that's the only. Yeah. And that was her whole life.
Yeah, the question.
That was her whole life.
Yeah, she knows that.
And you know, Mr. Hunt, God bless him. Just because we put the city up in Nashville does not mean we're gonna overrun your house and steal your stuff.
Yeah.
I can always, property rights always in.
That's the edge of my property.
Good stuff.
gotta gavel out.
Push on that door. I'll take care of it right quick.
We need a form to close.
I'll take, yeah.
Actually, we don't need a form to close.
Yeah, we have to have a form.
You do not need form to adjourn.
The time is 9:58. There was no action taken. See you in 2 weeks.
It's not supposed to be practice.
Angry.